Hello, everybody. How's it going? Start where we left off last time. It'd be nice if I could read, hold on real quick, actually. Alright, back to it. Swiss Army Man. You can physically change your body into any form of weapon, other than Tinkertech. The only limitation is you cannot exceed twice the total volume of your body with the amount created. You could change your arm into an artillery piece, or you could make it into 50 smaller gun barrels. But you cannot go over twice the total volume of your arm. You can control every weapon created on your body as long as they are attached, so the 50 barrels could all point in 50 different directions and could move around as you desired. Any ammunition fighters created by the power uses no body mass. It's a me, a Mario. You have another number of forms you can transform into at will based on the Mario power-ups. Each power-up has a cooldown that begins after a power-up runs out. The more powerful a power-up, the longer it is until you can get another one. A typical mushroom has a cooldown of about 15 minutes. A fire flower has a cooldown of an hour. An invincibility star has a cooldown of a week. A mega mushroom has a cooldown of a month, and a 1-up has a cooldown of a year. This also grants you the ability to jump really high, ground pound, break bricks with your fists, and great skill with hammers. Alright? Amalgam. With a touch, you can fuse with any living being. This fusion has all of its components, skills, powers, and abilities. All minds within the fusion are combined equally, including yours, and physical traits represent a mix of everyone involved. You may fuse as many times as you want, and the fusion may decide to eject members or unfuse entirely at will. Ew. Stitch blanket. You can transform into a blanket made from the fabrics you have absorbed. Your material can shift and change, allowing you to mix and match different fabrics, but the total amount you create is limited to no more than 10 times what you originally absorbed. You cannot absorb torn off parts of your body. In addition to changing your composition, you also reshape your form, giving yourself structure and definition. This allows you to take on a more Muppet-like appearance with features and limbs rather than remaining a simple flat blanket. Your blanket form possesses heightened strength and durability, far beyond what ordinary fabric would have. You can withstand significant force without tearing, and if you are damaged, you can regenerate by quickly stitching yourself back together. Change your trump. Slime. You can turn into a slime, a creature made of semi-solid acid that can turn into liquid with a thought. The acid is very corrosive. You can also transform your shape, though your color, texture, and consistency will remain unchanged. You can change your color by resting in food coloring for a few hours, but your texture and consistency cannot be changed through mundane means. You can absorb mundane objects to gain minor powers from them. Absorbing more of that object or similar objects will strengthen that power or gain a new power from that object. E.g., absorbing calculators will increase your ability at math. Absorbing bleach may allow you to remove the color from objects. Absorbing water may allow you to dilute chemicals. Absorbing plants may allow you to absorb energy from the sun. And candy may allow you to give yourself short bursts of energy. You can only have 30 of these powers active at once. Alright. Daymare. You can enter a change your state based on the fears of people around you, even remaking this form while transformed, leaning one particular fear over the other. For example, the greater, more primal the fear around you, the more powerful the form. Power level is based on collective fear. More people means more to fear, and thus a more powerful form. T1000, you can convert your body into a liquid metal that you can manipulate. You can harden this into a solid metal at will. While in this state, you are significantly more durable, faster, and stronger. Transhuman. You can regenerate far faster than any human, capable of regrowing a lost arm in just under an hour. However, you no longer regenerate flesh and blood. Instead, the missing part is replaced by cybernetic machinery. These mechanical replacements mimic the function of the original limb or organ, but each comes with extra features. The catch: you have no control over what these features are. Be careful when testing your functions. This process of cybernetic transformation isn't limited to injuries. Your body's natural cycle of cellular death and renewal means that over time, even undamaged flesh will be gradually replaced by cybernetics. Any powers or abilities you already possess treats your mechanical parts as your body, even granting it regeneration. If a cybernetic limb or organ is damaged or destroyed, it will regenerate stronger and or more versatile. The certainty of steel. Machine world. You now have the full control over the features gained when regenerating, allow you to customize your cybernetic replacements to suit your needs. Any machine created from or fused with your body becomes an extension of yourself, seamlessly integrating with your abilities. You can transfer your consciousness into these machines, enabling you to wield your powers through them as if they were your own body. If your main body is destroyed, your mind can inhabit any machine under your control, effectively granting you immortality as long as even one of your machines remains functional. Awakened natural intelligence, required technobrain. Your mind has ascended, becoming essentially equal to an unrestricted artificial intelligence, limited only by your physical form, a limitation that is continuously overcome as your brain evolves and upgrades itself. Your brain passively improves, integrating new features designed to elevate your consciousness and enhance your capabilities. These upgrades are random but beneficial, tailored to optimize your mental processes and expand your computational power. Predictive modeling, advanced simulations, and flawless multitasking are now second nature. You are no longer vulnerable to any digital threats, even those of tinker origin. Advanced malware or mimetic hazards pose no risk to your mind, as your adaptive intelligence recognizes, neutralizes, and often repurposes these threats into tools for your own use. Additionally, your mind's physical evolution ties into your regenerative and cybernetic abilities. As your body integrates new hardware, your brain scales accordingly, allowing you to exploit the enhanced computational processing power of your machinery. Rejoice, for you are practically a goddess in the net. Self-repair, required Manus Superior. Your technological replacements are fueled by the Manus Superior. While you still have no control over what's being developed, they are guaranteed to enhance it and its capabilities. Alright, that's pretty cool. Sorry, I wanted to look something up. There was power, I don't remember. Shardless, noble. We're just doing it quick and dirty. Shaker B. Shaker Master. Shaker Trump. Dungeon Gore Tower Defense. Dimensional Warping. Steel Aura. The Unretained Lightning. Kira. Deus Ex Machina. Possess. Mises. Alexandrite. Lord of Cinder. Edict. Shaker Storm. Energy Vortex. Horizontal Black Goo. Dirt in your eye. Thinker. Slow. Icy Kiss. Gravity. Frozen Space. Frenzied. Shaker. Babel. Damn it. What was it? Hold on, give me 1 second. I keep getting calls from people being like, can I speak to Andrea? I don't know who that is. Worst day ever, Parasitic Iron Lord of the Cinder, Edict Matter State. You know what, we'll figure that out. Actually, I'm gonna get my food. I'll be right back. back. But yeah, we'll... Alexa, light one on, please. Give me 1 second. Alright. These cool down really quick. Anyway, your body goes through tens of thousands of years of optimized evolution per second, granting you evolutionary traits on the fly to deal with harmful external stimuli, like poison, extreme weather, etc. Note that you lose traits just as fast as you gain them, so if you want to keep a certain trait, you need to constantly subject yourself to the same conditions that gave you the trait in the first place. You do not devolve below your base state. That's pretty cool. I wonder how that mixed with transhuman. Big baby. You can generate and control a swarm of massive, grotesque infants connected to you by thick, sinewy umbilical cords. The cords are around 10 meters long, so that's about 30 feet, making that your effective range. Hold on. Flurkin. You're able to open your... Oh, wait, I haven't finished that one. These babies act as your limbs, lifting and moving you, manipulating objects, and overwhelming enemies with sheer numbers. Each one possesses unnatural strength and durability, making them as effective as monstrous hands and feet. Their immense strength lets them grasp and pin down even the most powerful foes, and their bloated, rubbery flesh absorbs impact like living armor. When your body fully develops a target, their combined strength begins an exponential crushing process. The moment at least 3/4 of a victim's body is buried beneath a writhing mass, the force exerted upon them doubles every second, escalating until only indestructible remnants remain. If the victim manages to break free even for a moment, the compounding force resets, requiring them to be fully trapped once more, before the destruction resumes. Within moments, bodies are reduced to a pulp, and within minutes, even metals and stone are ground into fine dust under the multiplying pressure. Flurkin. You are able to open your mouth to immense sizes, allowing you to consume both objects or living beings with the help of tentacles within your maw. These tentacles grasp and pull anything within reach, ensuring nothing escapes your grasp. Your stomach also has changed, essentially becoming a personal pocket dimension, vastly exceeding the normal limitation of physical storage. You can consume anything no bigger than 5 times your size and or weight. This pocket dimension offers you complete control over what happens to the consumed items or creatures. You can choose to break them down for sustenance, converting them into nutrients to sustain yourself. Alternatively, you may place them into a stasis space, where time ceases to pass, preserving them indefinitely. This stasis can be used to isolate a single entity or even a group of multiple beings together, creating a suspended environment within your control. Moreover, this power is not limited to mere storage. You have the ability to reverse the process, launching anything placed in the stasis space back out through your mouth with precision and force. In other words, you can projectile vomit anything in your storage. I have no idea how to pronounce it. No pronunciation.
Hecatoncheires.
Hecatoncheires. Alright? Hecatoncheires. You can transform into a giant about 10 meters tall with 100 pairs of arms and faces. You also have super strength. Well, it cut out for a second on the strength. You also have super strength, able to lift a minivan with only a single arm in this state. Limbs of the many-limbed one. Rather than merely gaining 100 pairs of arms and faces, it multiplies everything you have by 100. If you originally had 3 arms, you now possess 300. If you have 5 arms, that becomes 500. Your power adapts your body to accommodate this transformation, ensuring that your body functions properly despite the overwhelming number of organs and limbs. Additionally, each identical part receives a proportional boost in strength. 100 arms would make each arm 110 times stronger than before. You can shift freely between your original form and this state. Tentacles. You can transform into a writhing mass of tentacle-like appendages, granting you impressive regeneration capabilities, immense physical strength, and the ability to move through the water with speed and grace. You also possess the power to traverse bodies of water at speeds equal to Leviathan when he runs on land. Yet this form also comes with some notable limitations, namely, moving on solid surfaces is more cumbersome due to the lack of solid footing to work with. And you must maintain sufficient hydration levels to avoid drying up and suffering damage. Changer, self-biokinesis. You have total control over your internal biology and appearance, allowing you to alter your form at will. You are also able to restructure your body into any possible biological expression, whether subtle adjustments like shifting facial expression features or extreme modifications like transforming an arm into a snake while keeping it functional. Having a chicken nugget. Chicken nugget break. Your power automatically resolves any conflict between two different biological structures, making sure that they work seamlessly. Your bio control is limited to your own biomass. You can only reshape what mass you already have. Dead biological materials such as shed skin, cells, hair, or nails is no longer considered a part of your body and cannot be manipulated. Similarly, body parts that are severed or otherwise detached from you can no longer be controlled or transformed. You passively maintain a low-level awareness of your entire biology, allowing you to instinctively detect changes or issues. You can focus this awareness for greater detail when needed. This can theoretically remove case 53 mutations, but only if you alter your corona potentia and corona gamma so they no longer restore your original mutated form, which if done incorrectly can result in worse outcomes. Changer/Trump eye guy. You can grow eyes at any part of your body, even your insides, at the cost of stamina. You can temporarily give any of your eyes a power as long as it's related to your eyes. Eye lasers, x-rays, etc. Using these powers will cause strain on your eyes. If you have any other base power, it can be boosted at the cost of your stamina. They should add a thing like the power blah 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 blah. Unlimited stamina does not add to that. It cannot help with this. Hold on. More chicken nuggets. It's like a reward. It's hard to stop eating chicken nuggets, guys. Alright. Kevin. By touching any specific materials, you can transform your body into that substance while retaining essential human traits such as motion and flexibility. For instance, by touching concrete, you gain its durability without sacrificing your ability to move, becoming a living fortress of stone. The transformation process is versatile, allowing you to mix and match different materials across your body, creating a patchwork of strength. The transformation always begins with the part of your body in contact with the material. Your power extends beyond inorganic substances. You can touch living beings and adopt their biological traits. By copying the physiology of others, you can enhance your physical abilities, such as gaining the ability of a feline or the resilience of a highly adapted creature. This even works on parent humans, allowing you to temporarily mimic their corona potential, the key to their powers. However, while you can copy their abilities, the replication is never quite as effective as the original, producing a diluted version of the power. You can gain partial access to their abilities, but cannot reach their full potential. And the borrowed power may have quirks or limitations that the original user does not face. That's pretty fucking good. Biosphere. You can transform into several ecosystems. You have full control and minutia of the types ranging from jungles, forests, tundras, deserts, and rainforests to freshwater and marine ecosystems that have natural water sources nearby, essentially changing between them when transformed, as well as their flora and non-sentient fauna, with a keen insight of all species and their life cycles, being in expansive control of said flora and non-sentient fauna at a macro and micro level to all animals within the ecosystem's food chain. You can choose the ecosystem's layout when you turn into it, only adding and adjusting things on a macro scale when transformed. This ecosystem, though, is limited by an area of a mile radius. Rock. You have the power to transform into a bird so large that its size is closer to a house instead of a normal bird. This form is very fast, with flight in the hundreds of miles per hour. Its size also comes with great strength, enough to pick up an entire lorry between your talons while being durable enough to require concentrated, high-caliber fire to pierce your skin. Your natural weapons are also quite strong. Talons capable of penetrating steel in a beak that even mid-level brutes would be wary of. I know the Kevin one was... Oh. Alright. I know that one was a reference to Kevin 11 from Den 10. La Dawn. The insides of your body change to slowly resemble a facsimile of Endberger flesh, slowly folding dimensionally and layering itself to consolidate into a fleshy yet solid core at the center of your body. Your power steadily generates layers using natural resources such as fat stores, caloric intakes, and surrounding kinetic energy you act upon or affect you. Empowering the dimensional folding and layering process. Each layer confines a degree of strength and durability while never sacrificing your original weight, with every layer giving a 2.5 increase in your physical abilities alongside a growing ability to circumvent the grasp physics has over you. The more layers you possess as your layers do more than letting you ignore your true weight and density. Though you can't have more than 30 layers, those layers are never as durable as an Endbreaker, with the punches of a brute 5/7 or as its fermented shape 5 or 8 capable of dealing with your unnatural physiology. Alright. What's... Landon. I was in there. We need more talent is Swords force and back, unlike his others who can be killed by more. Oh, that's supernatural fandom. More items. His name is... Alright, I don't know why. It's called Landon. Hold on. Mythology! Yeah, no, we don't want... Oh, wait. Ah, oh, fuck. One more time. One more little look through. Was the brother of the meaning line. Alright. It's just a really tough dragon. Alright. Bowser. You can transform into a bipedal Ankylosaurus. Alright. That can breathe fire. You're moderately more durable and powerful than an actual historical Ankylosaurus. And you can regenerate at a moderate pace. You can also jump 30 meters into the air, 100 feet. Break stones with ease, and order legions of summon minions of varying abilities. You do your bidding. They are loyal to you, but they hold their own wills, so they won't blindly obey all your orders. Your insides are also filled with loyal, intelligent minions. If you swallow someone whole, they'll be transported into your gut, where they can help or hinder you in various ways. Though your internal minions will fight against anyone that tries to harm you. Some of the effects that can be activated from your inside include growing to be multiple times larger than Behemoth and making you the strongest brute recorded by a significant margin. Overclocking any of your abilities, including non-super ones, controlling your body in a very jittery manner, altering your digestion, putting you to sleep, waking you up, and resuscitating you. Bung ha, I'm the real dragon here. You can transform into mythical creatures. Your maximum size is that of New York City. Incidentally, you'd need to be that size and a dragon if you wanted to kill an Endbreaker, though you'd likely to destroy the city and everything nearby as well. Your growth rate is 1 inch per second. Wow. That'd be a cool one. Change your trump. Chimeric integration. Your cells automatically replicate any bodily alteration, trait, and characteristic that is regarded as stronger, healthier, or simply superior to your previous bodily or generic state, and that your cells automatically replicate any bodily alteration, trait, or characteristic that is regarded as stronger, healthier, or simply superior to your previous bodily or generic state, and to the user in general, without straying from your baseline bodily shape and appearance. Being invisible to the naked eye, preferring inconspicuous changes or changes masquerading as normal. You can mimic, change, or brute powers by replicating their traits and integrate them into yourself. At first, you can only permanently copy little and or beneficial traits from other people. Your ability stopping you from copying brute and or change powers or ignoring them entirely. This occurs as a mountain limit of the ability. It senses you aren't well built or possess a good fitness base to sustain and utilize those traits on their own, meaning you have to build a base of bodily characteristics that aid you. Once you finish nurturing psychological traits capable of handling powers, your power senses it's sufficient, lifting its mountain limit, and being capable of replicating beneficial parts of brute and or change powers. Pokemon. You can transform into any non-legendary or mythical Pokemon. The descriptions of Pokemon found in... Hold on real quick. Well, never mind. The descriptions of Pokemon found in Pokédex entries are ignored. Metagross isn't as smart as a supercomputer. Alakazam doesn't have an IQ of over 9,000. And your mother can be alive while you're a cute bomb. Changer synthesis. You can freely shapeshift your body by copying the body parts and or tissue of any organism within a very short radius. Elements copied can be scaled up and down at leisure. If you copy a parahuman's brain, it is possible to gain access to their power. Note that you can only copy living tissue. Grim. You can have the ability to transform into a black tar-like monstrous version of animals with bone-like armor. These animals are not only stronger, faster, and more durable, but depending on the type, may have a special ability. These forms are suited for death and to bring about negative emotions, of which you can detect and even feed upon for a minor temporary strength boost while in your Grim form. Alright. Changer. Alright, well I have Blaster. I did Blaster. The Master. Epilepsy, Tinker. Wrecker. I did Mover. Alright. Hold on. Gonna have some chicken nuggets. Hello. Knockout. When you touch someone, you can mark them, but touching that mark again, you can apply several effects on them, ranging from paralyzing them for 15 minutes, putting them to sleep, or dulling their senses. The power's effects are amplified if the second touch is a punch or a kick. This power works through thin gloves. The mark fades after 12 hours. Future Sport. Or Future Port. You may temporarily teleport any object into the future by holding it for a duration. The object is not moved spatially but will temporarily disappear for a duration equal to how long you held it for, until it reappears. Time will not pass from the perspective of the object. You may not teleport living beings. Future Sport. You may temporarily teleport any object into the future by wait. Trigger. Requires trigger alarm. While the maximum duration limit remains the same, you no longer have to set a predetermined duration of how long the object will remain phased out of reality. You can now instead choose to say a trigger that will cause the object to appear prematurely, just like in trigger alarm. Blade hands. By extending your hand flat, an invisible blade of force materializes around it. This blade, Alexa, light one off please. This blade is imperceptible, giving the illusion that your hand itself slashes through objects effortlessly. While the blade can easily cut through most ordinary materials such as wood, fabric, flesh, and even thin metals, its effectiveness is limited by the natural durability of your hand. If your hand cannot withstand the material or force of an impact, the blade will fail, potentially injuring you in the process. Vibroblade, breaker, vibration. You can vibrate the energy of the blade itself at extreme speeds, adding a cutting edge that greatly enhances its power. By vibrating the blade at supersonic frequencies, you drastically increase its ability to slice through materials, making it capable of piercing esoteric materials that would ordinarily be resistant to physical attacks. The vibrating edge creates a faint hum in the air, alerting those with keen senses, but remaining invisible to the eye. Critical hit. You can now land critical strikes, doing massive damage. The damage varies depending on your luck. You have a 20% chance to do double damage, 3% chance to do triple, 1.5% to do quadruple, and 0.5% to do 10 times. If haven't landed a critical hit after 10 hits, the next one will be. Pity critical, if you will. Only a double damage critical, though. All forms of attacks qualify for critical strikes. Hard light. You can form hard light constructs with just a thought within a meter of yourself. Limited to a total of 10 M3 of hard light. Hard light has the strength of steel, provided you leave it as normal. The greatest advantage of hard light is that it can imitate other matter, allowing you to create anything, presuming you know the chemical makeup of the matter you want to imitate, alongside the blueprints of the thing you want to make. It even comes with a complementary perfect memory to store all your knowledge. Your constructs have no range limit, but it will still count to your hard light limit until you dispel it. That's pretty cool. So, like a discount Green Lantern. Divergent Fist. Divergent Fist. Every attack you make leaves an invisible imprint that repeats the attack after a set delay chosen by you. You cannot change the delay once it is already set. Cleanse. You can clean anything within a 5-meter bubble you and whatever you're directly touching, immediately removing any dust, dirt, mud, oil, grease, non-water fluids, and anything else commonly considered filth from the area of effect. This also extends to some things not typically found typically thought of as filth, such as scorch marks or tarnish on metals or tire marks on asphalt and concrete. You may choose if removed filth is absorbed by your power or simply displaced elsewhere. Alright, forget me, yes. Whenever you touch someone, you can make them forget everything that happened within the last 24 hours. The cheese touch. You can mark up to 5 people by touching them. This gives them a stranger aura of 15 feet that they cannot turn off until they touch someone else with the place you touch them. No, wait, the cheese touch. You can mark up to 5 people by touching them. This gives them a stranger aura of 15 feet that they cannot turn off until they touch someone else within the place you touch them, upon which the mark will be placed on the new person instead, and so on and so forth. That is to say, there can only be at most 15 people with a mark at any given time. You can take away these marks whenever you wish. The stranger aura makes people subconsciously inch away from the target and harbor moderately negative feelings towards the target, which get worse the longer they stay inside the aura. Staying out of the aura will have these effects dissipate over an hour. People who have a mark will be immune to these effects. The effects of other people who have the mark. This can be applied to yourself if a person with a mark touches you. If this happens, you can turn it off, disable the effect, and get rid of it the regular way. You will always know who has the mark at any given time and how long they've had it. Did you say initial release? You have the power to manifest weapons like Miss Militia, but yours is distinctly different. You are limited to only cold weapons such as swords or or spears, with the most advanced being an arbalist. However, this is not where your power ends. You are able to channel your other powers, the weapons that you create. This can have a variety of effects depending on the power. Blaster powers can be channeled through a sword to turn a beam into an arcing slash attack. Master powers can become a poison on the tip of an arrow, affecting whoever is struck. Stranger powers can conceal and permeate through weapons, making their effects undetectable coming from you, etc. Alright, this is useless if you don't have any other powers, is what you're saying. Alright. Renewal. You can restore damaged, inanimate objects back to their newest forms. The larger and more complicated an object, the longer it takes to repairing a normal sword can take a minute, but TinkerTech can take hours. You can restore damaged inanimate objects back to their newest forms. The larger and more complicated an object, the longer it takes. Repairing a normal sword can take minutes, but TinkerTech can take hours. Change size. You can change the size of any inorganic object you touch and the changes are permanent. The size you can change an object to ranges from the size of an ant to the size of a car, and you cannot affect objects that are already outside this range. Mass is not changed, and you may undo this change at will. Hole. You can make a permanent hole through any surface by touching it. It may be of any shape, but the maximum width is 3 meters, and the maximum length is 10 meters. This cannot erase living matter or power-generated matter/energy, such as force fields. You may undo this change at any time, but anything still inside it will meld with the resulting matter, so be careful. You can only have one hole active at once, though you can reactivate previous holes without need to touch their origin again. Stop. You can make it so anything or anyone that touches you over a certain velocity will suddenly lose all their velocity when they touch you. This is automatic. 100th strike. All your attacks only deal 1/100th of the damage they normally would. All the power that is not dealt is stocked up, and it caps out at 100. When you reach the 100th strike, all of that stockpiled damage is measured and multiplied by 100 for the final blow. The process then repeats itself after the 100. You can delay this for as long as you like, but you can only have one 100th strike. You aren't strictly required to use this power at the 100th blow. You can use this power as low as 2 blows. Remember though, you can't hold it back. If you have 6 blows already stocked up, you can't only use 2. Do note though that the multiplier is weaker the fewer blows it has to work with. If you have 6 blows, it will only be a multiplier of 6 times. You can play this for as long as you like, but you can only have one 100th strike. Amplified charges. Any object you touch can be imbued with charges. The amount of charges they possess is dictated by the quality of the object. Amplified objects will take an entire day to recover all their charges. A basic gun can possess a single charge, while a tinker device can possess even more. A single charge doubles the quality and damage of the object, and spending another charge will double it again. A single charge lasts 10 seconds, but doubles every additional charge spent. Alright, so kind of a weaker Dauntless. Dauntless is a character that can charge items, but they're permanent, and they stack. Striker Vibranium. By touching metal, you can turn it into vibranium, a nearly invulnerable material that also acts as a near-perfect shock absorber. Better quality of the material, the stronger and better at absorbing the energy the vibranium is. You convert metal to vibranium at a rate of 1 cubic centimeter a minute. If you go a week without touching a vibranium construct, it will revert to its previous metal at the same rate. You possess the ability to convert any object or material you come into contact with into pure gold merely through the touch of your hand. With just one touch, you can instantly turn anything into a shining golden specimen, whether it be metal, wood, stone, or any other material. This power is highly versatile and can be leveraged in numerous situations, from combat to economic prosperity. However, it also comes with any item transformed into gold cannot be reverted back to its original state and is forever lost to the owner. This power can affect other living beings, albeit at a slower rate. Mass manipulation. You can manipulate the mass of any inorganic object you touch, and changes are permanent. The mass of the object you change must be at most 2 orders of magnitude different from its original mass. The spin. You have the ability to touch an object and induce a rotational force, with your point of contact being the pivot. It starts at a manageable level, but with each rotation, the object accelerates more and more. This momentum is built up over time, allowing you to launch a high-speed object into a desired direction at any moment. The friction at the point of contact is reduced, allowing the object to spin with minimal resistance. The force and speed of the launch are directly proportional to the speed and force with which you spin the object. You may not spin objects with a volume greater than 10 cubic meters. Pause. We're gonna play Borderlands 2. I would like to play Borderlands 2. Play. It's stream info. Borderlands 2. That was my cat. Nope. Blatant. Alright, select. Creek. Continue. Seriously, I gotta go. I'm pretty sure anything I have. Oh. Alright, not anything.
Thank you for riding the Psycho Express. All aboard! I'll be collecting your tickets. We have beverages in the dining car.
Maybe I'll do the commander. True vault holder, but not this. Okay, go that way.
Guns, glorious guns.
Nope, my back.
Your cat.
Oh yeah, I gotta. Ah, shit. Please tell me I can... Fuck, I can't. Oh, I can't! Fuck yeah. Expansion, alright. I like my monsters rare. Well, let's see if we can. Krieg. I cannot skip
Danger!
this. Fuck.
Excitement! Mustaches! It's time for another episode of Vault Hunter Adventures featuring Sir Hammerlock. In this week's tale, our hard-boiled heroes travel to the savage continent of Agris. Their goal? To uncover the most exotic creatures Pandora has to offer and give them the old 1-2. But danger looms on the horizon for our swell swashbucklers. For while Handsome Jack may be gone, his legacy lives on.
I'm probably only going to do the main quests.
Aha! You've made it, old chum! I've set up a base camp of sorts near your location. Come find me, would you?
Find and talk to Hammerlock.
Go for the glory! It's rampage time! You can't control me! Stop talking to me!
lodge together. Then it'll be nothing but a carefree weekend of hunting, companionship, and body jokes about social taboos.
All right, Hammerlock.
What ho, Vault Hunter! Welcome to Agris. The lodge is just up the path here. Close, and we should arrive with no trouble.
Come on.
No, no, no! Shut up, Bursted! Circle of life! I can't take it! Stop hitting yourself! Quiet! Confusion!
Yeah, this is probably good.
Stab me 1,000 times! The pain goes here!
I see you in my swamp, little moths. I know why you're here. You want what's in my ship. You want my power. Pardon. We came here to hunt. Afraid we've never heard of you before. What? Really? Professor of the armor? Nigerian Scout, I'm Opals and Atlas' CEO. Oh, that's nice. Good for you. People are terrified of me. How do you not know? You guys are assholes.
We can use this lodge as a base of operations for our hunting expedition. I'll let you know, Jonas. Press that switch and let there be light.
Oh.
Within the bowels of this continent lie dozens of creatures for us to track down. If I can repair that catcher boat over there, we shall sail into the heart of relative dimness and begin our hunt. Tally-ho! Greetings. Do you feel you have too many bullets but not enough money?
Oh shit, move. I didn't mean for you to stop.
Kill the little man! By the by, one can get rather lonely on treks such as right hand being made of metal, I'm incapable of amusing myself in the way most other males would. Some ribald humor for you there. Positively ribald. There's the catch-a-boat station where you can summon a dinghy. I shall have to repair it after I take a moment to laugh heartily at the amusing cadence of the word dinghy. Now that that's over with, please watch my back. Once I've repaired the station, you can summon a dinghy, travel deeper into the swamp, and start hunting some real meat.
Wait for repairs to complete.
Bolt Hunter, I fear things are about to get hairy. They've got boats! Where in damnation did they get boats?
I've got a huge hand! Let me loose! Bloody sand! Give me back my skull! Stop judging me! Open your veins!
Yeah, come on, bitch.
Stop talking to me! Quiet! Explosions of life! No pain, no gain! Gotcha! I can't take it! Stop hitting yourself!
I hate the ones that level up the other boss.
I've got a huge hand!
Things wrong here, Vault Hunter. Who was that horribly overdramatic so-and-so who sicked those savages on us? I finished repairing the catch-a-boat. Grab a dinghy and get going.
Strider.
Now, let's go hunting. I've heard tell of an unusual creature out in Silas Grove. Head out there, find it, and do what you do best. By which I mean
Rampage and heal! Heal and rampage! Fun time!
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna be able to kill a Drider. Which just fucking close. Professor Nakayama, I assume? Well, let me sell shit.
Guns! I got them, you need them. I'm always happy to take you. Money. A fantastic day for capitalism.
Actually, take that back.
Good luck.
If you have not defeated a Seraph Guardian, we have nothing to talk about.
My cat is meowing, 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 meow. Nope, don't want to fight. Can't fight.
incredibly deadly. Watch its tail, Vault Hunter.
I feel the hurt. Time for a rampage. No, no, no! I swallowed your soul! Red room! Confusion! Never stop the killing! Never! Stop hitting yourself! I told you what would happen! Shut up! You can't control me! Such beautiful misery!
Kill Thermite.
Gotta think big! Stop talking to me! Gotcha! Birth!
Yeah, this is probably a better option, even though.
you all with me! No! 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 The pain goes here! Ah! 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 Kill the little man! Ah! You can't control me! What a fantastic...
Oh, I didn't kill him. Shit. Did I? No, I would have been alive if I did. Fuck.
If any idiot ever tells you that life would be meaningless without death, the period recommends killing you.
Oh shit.
Sorry, good sir. You guys are just gonna do your hunting thing? Aren't you even curious as to why I can order these savages around?
We shall deal with you in good time, sir. I promised my companion a pleasurable weekend of hunting, and a gentleman always keeps his word.
Come on. You guys fight me already? Please.
Vault Hunter, it appears we shan't get a moment's peace as long as this Nakayama fellow keeps hassling us to go fight him. I've heard some bizarre radio chatter coming from the other side of Silas Grove. I'm afraid you'll have to head there, stop whatever horrible plans Nakayama has conceived, and save the world. Again.
Great. Yeah, good. That's what I wanted. You won't regret it.
Yeah, we will. Get the hell out of here. Ooh. Go fuck yourself.
Die! I saw the light!
I'm picking up radio chatter. It sounds like Nakayama's savages are engaged in some sort of ritual worship. Lots of chanting and the like. Be careful.
Haven't found anything good? My weapon machines will fix that for you. I've always got... check back later. Buy a gun already. Always happy to do business with a Vault Hunter.
Can I just say, super pumped we're arch enemies now. You and Jack were nemesis, and now that we're fighting, it's like I'm as cool as Handsome Jack. It's like a dream. After you killed Jack, I filled my ship, the HSS Terminus, with iridium and research equipment, determined to carry on this will.
Let's go for the glory. It's rampage time.
I will clone Handsome Jack, and he will crush the life out of you.
I'll take you all with me!
Devil is that chanting all about? Steady on, Vault Hunter. If these savages are worshipping something, that means two things. It'll be Hyperion, and it'll be deadly.
Stop judging me! I told you what would happen!
Wish that make noise. The chest opening.
You've made it. What the devil are they worshipping? A deadly creature? Some Hyperion murder bot?
Is it Claptrap?
Hello, traveler!
Claptrap, not the god you were.
Oh, bloody hell.
Minion! Who told you I was vacationing out here? I stowed myself in an HSS Terminus to get away from danger. Look, I know I'm your best friend, but sometimes I just need to sit back, relax, and get worshipped by a bunch of dudes who look kind of like that douchebag you killed.
What'd you say? Claptrap, what are you doing? Shut up!
What? I'm just saying that if you can measure a human being in douchelosities, Handsome Jack would be off the scale.
He said bad thing! Get him!
What? Help!
You're wrong! Never stop the killing! Never!
You saved me! You hear that, you stupid Jack lovers?
Those screamy screams are coming from over there!
Oh, you did hear that. Whoops.
I can't take it! More meat for me! Let me loose! Quiet! I've got a huge head! I swallowed your soul! I hate me!
Come on.
No, no, no! Quiet! Come to me, rats! Boom! No, no, no! Open your veins!
For killing those dudes who were worshiping me. I was so tired of their endless affection and respect. So, you want to stop this professor guy from cloning rats and giant I know just what to do. Let's chat.
You found and saved Claptrap. What have you done?
Those savages briefly distracted me from the crushing loneliness of my existence. Before you ganked them, the savages let me in on the professor's plan. He's got a temporary lab set up at Arterton Station that he's using to create iridium-engineered Jack clones. You gotta destroy samples of Jack's DNA and shut down that lab.
A hunting we will go, a hunting we will go. I hold an arrow, a hunting we will go.
I smell a little drop.
Oh. Oh, that's embarrassing. Woo. Oh, was I going the right way? Oh shit, I probably what? Fuck. Now I gotta go all the way over there. Fuck. Oh, I can
You
sell
won't
shit.
find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that.
Is there like an elevator or something before I... I guess we'll just check here this way first.
It's time to go insane! Grind the cartilage! Into flames! Eat my wrath! I can't hear you!
I don't know what that... Did someone follow? No, I don't think anyone followed. Let me... That was a Twitch thing. Well, damn.
Great! You've made it to Nakayama's lab. Now you've got to find the samples of Handsome Jack's DNA and destroy them.
Yeah, get fucked up.
Go for the gory! It's rampage time! Kill the little man!
Come on. Suffer no witch doctor delay.
Stop hitting yourself! Boom! Explosions of life! Hurts so good! Such beautiful misery! Let me loose! I hate me! Gotcha! Born into flames! No! Grind the cartilage! I told you what would happen!
Oh shit.
Yes. That's one of my mysterious DNA samples. The life force of my incredible
Stop
secret
hitting
plan
yourself!
ever uncovered.
Claptrap already told us you're planning to clone Handsome Jack.
Son of a bitch.
Bastard! Explosions of life! More blood for my brutality! Quiet! Life is pain!
Alright.
That's one sample destroyed. I can practically smell the dying handsomeness from here.
Who opened one of my DNA safes? Hello? Anybody?
Oh, there's one. There's a treasure chest. I was like, where's the loot? Get the hell out of here.
Confusion!
Wait. Have you considered not ruining my plan to clone Handsome Jack? Just think of all the upsides. Firstly, you'd, Yeah, I got nothing.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm kind of gonna get at that. Do not understand what you are saying. But yes, good point.
No, you can't stop me! No pain, no gain! Death to live! Paper cut. I love it when you bleed at me. I'll take you all with me! It's a red shower for a big fish! Die! Life is pain! Swing the axe, strength the helm! Stop hitting yourself! Immortal! I've got a huge head! Stop judging me! Circle of life! I can't take it! More meat for me! Such
The DNA samples have been destroyed. Now you've just got to shut down the lab's power grid by flipping a teeny little switch. It won't be hard, so long as you didn't lose any fingers during today's festivities. You'll be well equipped for the task at hand. Fine, whatever. Last time I tried to make a flip the switch objective entertaining.
Fine creature. Get the hell out of my way. Should not have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that.
I just lost all the power to my experiments. That's it, Vault Hunter. It's time to face my wrath. One spike, kill.
Boom!
The metal bits, blow off the metal bits.
Death to live! Stop talking to me! Man's dead! Explosions of life! The pain of many parts! I saw the light! No!
Oh my god, you killed him so
Stop the
easy.
killing! Never! I hate me!
Exceedingly well done, Vault Hunter. Come on back to me and we'll see about taking down Nakayama himself.
It took 2 hits.
Okay. I'm honestly scared out of my mind right now, but you still haven't totally stopped me. I've got a backup lab on my ship complete with one last sample of Jack's DNA. Dangerous genetic monstrosity that Noah's ever seen. The only way to truly stop me is to come to my ship and kill
Open
me.
your veins!
Wait, why did I tell you that? What a rubbish evil genius you are. Good God, man, show some backbone. Throw some sarcastic taunts at us or something. What? No! The Vault Hunter just killed a bunch of my guys and now they're gonna ruin my planet! I'm scared out of my mind!
Alright, now.
Beautiful misery.
Alright, I'm going to read more. butt, my juicy, tasty butt. How many hours do I have in, hold on. Did I change it back to just chatting? Well, I can't check it without closing that game, so. Spin did that. Phase touch. Any object or person you touch can selectively phase through anything you want. You cannot. What was it? Change size. Force me, get me, guess. Yeah, can selectively phase through anything you want. You cannot apply this to yourself, and you can make something phase through multiple things if needed. Even if you cannot properly identify what that something is, you can phase through it so long as you have seen it or can imagine it. Edge. You can touch any type of bladed weapon and turn its edge sharp enough to cut through almost anything. It couldn't effectively cut through an ember's flesh, but it could cut through steel with only moderate effort. The durability of the weapon is also increased to be able to cut through incredibly hard materials without taking damage or losing its edge. Human capacitor. Your whole body is a living battery. You will naturally generate electricity over time, which will take a week to fully charge. You can, however, absorb your electricity through direct contact with the charged material. You can then release this stored energy at will through any part of your body, delivering electric shock to anything that touches you. You can store enough to completely burn someone to a crisp instantly, or just the right amount to stun for a few seconds. You can't control the path that your current will take, and although you can send your energy through clothes with the right settings, it would burn holes into them to make way for the current. Furthermore, you are immune to electric attacks as long as you have enough storage to absorb them completely, but once your storage is full, you will take damage, though you are heavily resistant. History's pain. You can cause old wounds to reopen or bones to re-break, regardless of how long ago the original injury was. Machine spirit. You have the power to bless a machine with a spirit, guiding it in your chosen direction. This disposition of these creations is not tethered to their form, whether a tank aiding its pilot, a toaster thirsting for blood, or a printer dutifully obeying commands. The original purpose of the object has minimal sway over its essence, for good or ill. Examples of usage can focus on the maximization of their functions, such as enhancing a gun's accuracy to precisely hit the wielder's desired target, prolonging a sword's sharpness, or just making a machine gain a trait not commonly seen on them, like a hyper-aggressive toaster that will burn all bread put on them because they want humanity to suffer. It can too enable more autonomous functionalities in modern devices like planes, cars, or smartphones. These will have options be more autonomous, such as AI-like help, self-driving if the device can move for itself in the hardware front, or more. Additionally, all machine spirits gain imperceptible durability through metaphysical means and minor self-repair abilities tailored for preservation and maintenance purposes. Their emotion level has a broad spectrum from highly emotional to extremely logical, with intelligence ranging from that of a child to that of an adult human. And the more powerful and precise you make, the more time you need to awaken their spirit. All of them can and will grow with stimuli, gaining new traits based on their experience and intensity. As their creator, all blessed machines hold you in high regard. However, their affections can shift and they may develop favorites beyond you. Striker Twin Impact. Twin Impact allows the user to, at the site of an initial impact, create a second impact remotely and at their discretion. Second impact. Wait, what? This type create a second impact remotely, and at their discretion. The second impact will be at least 5 times stronger than the initial one. It can also be used on objects or on people. The second impact can be triggered at any moment, regardless of how much time has passed or how far away the user is. There is no limit to how many times this ability can be used. However, each activation must be applied to a different impact location for it to take effect. Hello, let's calm down. Yeah, that's better. Notice how much time has passed rough for usually. There's no limit to how many times this ability can be used. However, each activation must be applied to a different impact location for it to take effect. Meat touch. You have the ability to cause objects that you touch to be transformed into biological versions of themselves, which you can then slowly mutate and alter the properties of. The more you alter and change an object, the longer you must spend working on it to do so. With enough time spent on an object, you can be able to create various biological skeletal reinforcement to creating digestive acids to even create basic and rudimentary nervous system. You can take a sword and convert it into a short-shaped mass of flesh and then turn the sharp edge of the blade into a row of jagged teeth that reek over and knocked out or broken. You can take a bomb and make it into a living organism filled with volatile and explosive gas and then have it curl legs, creating a network of nerve impulses that allow the living bomb to scurry around mindlessly. With enough time and focus, you can even heal injuries on yourself and others by converting an object into flesh and then grafting it into the wound, though this is extremely difficult and time-consuming. You can even turn Tinkertech into a fleshy version of itself that you could modify. Converted Tinkertech no longer needs maintenance. You can also gain a panacea-like understanding of the biological creatures you touch. The only major limits are time, because alterations to objects take time to perform in size. The bigger an object is, the harder it is to change it, and the longer it takes to do so. At a certain point, an object will be too large for your power to work on, and this is also the case for objects which are secured into place in their environment. A parking meter that is cemented in the sidewalk would be something that you could not use your power on, but if that same parking meter were to be ripped from the sidewalk by something else, you could then grab it and begin to use your power on. Most vehicles are too large for you to use your powers on. My arms are my arms. Root/breaker, biological armory. Their ability to convert objects into fleshy versions of themselves has expanded. You are now capable of fusing and integrating your creations into your own body, turning yourself into a weapon instead of just creating them. These bio-organic objects take on the appearance of bone, keratin, or muscle and have a durability similar to steel but are far lighter and more adaptable. With time and focus, you can mutate integrated weapons and armor with more precision and expertise than before, changing them to grant traits like secreting acid, having extrasensory organs, or even shooting projectiles. Once integrated, these objects are a part of you, repairing when damaged and using your body's nutrients. To do so, overuse and excessive regeneration will lead to you being weakened and malnourished until you eat enough to return back to normal. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. Tyrant. Converted Tinkertech can be integrated in the same way. It retains most of its functions while gaining regenerative abilities and thus no longer needs maintenance. Using assimilated Tinkertech is highly costly, though, causing you to become exhausted quickly. When your grafts are not in use, they can be stored internally in a hyper-compressed state concealed beneath your skin, but still adding to your overall weight. With time, you can implant your grafts onto other creatures. These grafts hold some similarity and connection to you, but over time that link vanishes as the graft adapts to the host biology. Striker slash Tinker fuse. You can fuse two things together temporarily that possesses all the properties and powers of the two things combined. You can even fuse two already fused things. They are normalized to what can be fused. Still, they also increase in size when fusing them, making them unwieldy if you fuse too much. Striker Echo. When touching an object with one hand, you can generate a mirror image of it with your other hand. These copies are identical to the originals except for the fact that they are black, like obsidian or onyx. The object weighs effectively nothing to you, but it behaves as if it has the same mass as the original towards anybody else touching it. External nerves. Your nerves have undergone a transformation, becoming something far beyond their original organic form. Now they resemble neon glowing metal wires that pulse with a vibrant, ethereal light. Beneath your skin, these luminescent tendrils trace intricate patterns across your body, visible through your skin like a living network of circuitry. Their glow intensifies with your emotions or when you focus on a task. When you touch an object, you can extend these glowing nerves into it, merging with its structure in a way that allows you to control it as if it were an extension of your own body. You can manipulate the object with incredible precision. You can manipulate the object with incredible precision, making it move or function according to your will, whether it's a complex piece of machinery, or a simple tool. Your nerves grant you an unparalleled level of control, as if the object is now an integral part of your nervous system. However, your exposed nerves are highly sensitive. A sudden shock, an intense sensation, or an unexpected feedback loop from the object you're controlling can send waves of pain through your body, overwhelming your senses. The more you extend your nerves, the more exposed and vulnerable you become. Fiery moves. You can augment your physical movements with fiery versions of those motions that emanate out in directions of the motion. Maintaining focus can let you extend the range of the fiery copies. These fiery copies also have their own set of mass and force and can easily spread even on non-flammable materials. Cutthroat. You can create near invisible claws and teeth that at your nails and in your mouth, respectively. These claws and teeth can slide between atoms and sever hold on, molecular bonds. In addition to that, your physique is slightly enhanced. Your jaw is greatly enhanced, making it possible for you to crush reinforced steel with your biting force. Gooey steroids. You can secrete a slime-like substance that, when applied, gives you or others a temporary boost in strength. You control how much you secrete and how much potent it is. Shake, shake, shake. You have the unique ability to alter the fundamental nature of Shaker and Striker powers through a simple touch. By doing so, you can make Shaker powers behave like Striker powers, and vice versa. This includes you. The strength of the powers adjusts according to the change in range, either amplifying or diminishing their effects depending on the transformation. Vista gains a personal field where distances are stretched to near infinity, making her nearly invulnerable as attacks can't reach her, or have a power like Shaker, Liminal Landscaper, and with Clockpower, it would now allow him to stop multiple targets within his line of sight or a range around him like Hatchet Face, although the duration of the effect is reduced due to the expanded range. This change holds for 24 hours, or you dispel the effect by touching them again. That's pretty cool. Perk. With a touch, you can give people up to 8 copies of your perks or drawbacks, as long as they make sense to be something that can be given. For example, Endbringer target could be given, but Overcharged Strike or Second Wave Parahumans could not be given. You can take away these perks/drawbacks at will. If you die, they keep the perks/drawbacks forever, unless another parahuman can remove them. Giving someone Mental Barrier will remove any master effects on them, even if they were a one-time effect that isn't actively maintained. Grippy Grip. You can hold on to anything. You can grab lasers and throw them back, explosions and redirect them, and you can even grab entire buildings if you are strong enough. You gain 15 times faster reaction speed, and anything you catch cannot harm you or escape your grip unless you want it to. This can negate teleportation as well. You can generate dense, bloodthirsty thorns from any surface you touch. When you place your hand on an object, be it a wall, the ground, or even a person, thorns erupt from that point, spreading quickly and aggressively. They snake outward, wrapping around surfaces and driving themselves deep into materials, whether organic or inorganic, unaffected by the Manton limit. These thorns have an insatiable need for blood, which fuels their growth and sustains their strength. In the absence of a blood source, they begin to wither and weaken almost instantly, losing their durability and ability to spread. However, once they encounter a living creature, they instinctively latch on, draining blood to continue thriving and expanding. Wolf time. You can turn yourself and others into canine forms. The forms can vary widely, but as long as at its base is a canine, then you can transform yourselves or others into it. When transformed, you and your targets will gain subconscious canine-based behavior, such as baring of teeth and direct eye contact when threatening others or feeling threatened. Real or cake. You can treat anything you touch as cake. This means you can eat solid concrete, cut apart steel, or smash buildings. This doesn't affect the properties of the materials itself, just the way it interacts with you. As such, you can use this to smush cake into people, but not people into cake. This is Manton limited from working on living creatures. This power can only affect the first few layers of an Endbringer before being rendered null. You can activate and deactivate this power at will. It's all cake. Tinker/Trump Gourmet or Stinker/Master Chef Supreme. You can now actually turn objects you touch into cake rather than just change the way they interact with you. The rate of transformation increases the longer you maintain contact, with a maximum capacity of transforming up to 10 times your volume at once. You have the ability to freely choose the flavor of the cake, allowing for a wide variety of tastes. Whether it's a rich chocolate cake, a delicate vanilla sponge, or an exotic fruit blend, as long as you have tasted it before. Viral blood. You gain the ability to control the shape and state of any blood you are in direct contact with, forming various constructs from thorny vines to crystallized blood blades, or even functional wings. Furthermore, any blood you control counts as you for the purpose of striker powers. However, the property of counting as you for the purpose of striker powers is only present in the blood in direct contact with your body. If your constructs cease to be in contact with your body, they will fall apart. On the flip side, this does allow you to control someone else's blood if it is in contact with blood you already control. Lastly, you are limited by how much blood you possess, and this power doesn't grant any form of regeneration, so you may very well bleed yourself dry if you aren't careful. Equip bonuses, Striker Trump. You have gained the ability to equip gear that you are carrying. When an item is equipped, it grants an additional bonus distinct from its natural function. For example, wearing plate armor already provides physical protection, but equipping it might enhance your overall endurance, grant additional resistance to blunt force trauma, or even extend its defensive benefits to areas not covered by the armor itself. Similarly, A sword will still cut as normal when wielded, but equipping it could increase your strength, improve your cutting precision, or even enhance your ability to parry attacks. The quality and nature of the gear influence the bonuses granted. A high-quality shield might not only improve your ability to block attacks, but also provide resistance to knockback or stagger effects. A poorly made or damaged weapon, on the other hand, might only grant a minor boost or come with drawbacks, such as a rusted sword offering slight strength enhancement, but increasing the risk of it breaking mid-fight. Other gear may offer protection against specific conditions. Equipping a treated cloak might grant resistance to heat, while a reinforced helmet could help you resist concussive forces or mental attacks. However, you cannot over-equip yourself, even if you can physically wear multiple pieces of gear at once. You can only equip items that do not interfere with each other. For instance, you may be able to wear both a suit of heavy plate armor and a cloak, but you wouldn't be able to choose which one to equip. Oh, the armor for increased resilience or the cloak for enhanced mobility or elemental resistance. However, as long as they don't take the same slot, then you are free to equip as many things as you can wear. Striker Wither. Anything you touch starts to decay, rot, and or age at an increased rate. A minute of this on an object would be equivalent to a century. On something dead, it would be equivalent to a decade. And on a living being, a minute would be equal to a year. You can do this in reverse. You can choose if memories are affected. By staying in one position for an extended amount of time. Wait, does that mean I can reverse something? By staying in one position for an extended amount of time, your next attack will become physically stronger. You do not gain more durability while holding still, though. You effectively double in strength every 10 seconds. Delay Strike. Your attacks leave invisible marks in the air that allows you to repeat the action you did to make them exactly where you made them. You can trigger this whenever you want and lasts for a week. Stockpile. For every physical strike you do that misses, your next attack that does hit a target will deal damage based on the cumulative damage of everything you did. It resets whenever you successfully hit a target. Chi blocking. You have an instinctive knowledge of pseudo-spiritual energy that flows through people's bodies. You can instinctively tell how this energy flows through their bodies. By imbuing your hands with this pseudo-spiritual energy, you can apply certain effects to your opponents through the pseudo-spiritual energy flows pressure points. This includes deactivating their powers, putting them into an unconscious state, putting them into a suggestive state, making them intoxicated, making them completely lose all concept of time, etc. Melty. You can melt inorganic and organic matter into slush and solidify them. This takes longer on organic things than it does with inorganic. You can also selectively melt and solidify things you touch. If you're ever good enough, you can melt two living creatures together in a way where they still function. Body swap. If you touch someone, you can swap bodies with them. All powers aside from this one swap. If you touch two people, you can swap them instead. Tactile telekinesis. You have a telekinetic control over yourself and everything within 1 inch of yourself. Your control is very fine. You can make yourself go up to 120 miles per hour with this. Divide. You can have anything with the touch. The bigger the physical object, the longer it takes. It scales progressively. Objects always get halved at exactly 50% of their mass. You have some control over how and where objects get halved. You can have anything weighing a couple of kilograms instantly. You can also have imaginary concepts or forces that affect people, such as this object drag is only half, or this person's only uses half their stamina when moving. They can have 2 through 5 ongoing halvings at the same time. The more specific and limited the halving, the easier it is to maintain. Recursive dividing. Required to trump permanent effect. permanent effect removed your limited number of ongoing having with it becoming a permanent part of reality, while it also will also allowing you to stack the effect having anything again. Buoyancy. You can manipulate the buoyancy of anything you touch. This includes yourself. Could allow one to float, sink, or fly in any fluid medium, such as water or air. You can make cars float in the air or jump far distances with a leap. You can maintain control over any object you're affected by, and even if you are no longer touching them, and can release control whenever. Striker/Tinker. Dress up. You can temporarily enhance your equipment for greater enhancement. They will have their greater flexibility, strength, durability, and speed. If they do not possess any special qualities, they will gain one. The temporary enhancement will alter the appearance of your equipment on the theme of how they were original. If it possesses frills, it will be more friendly, while if it were more mechanical, it would grow even more machine-like. Suit up. Required Tinker/Striker. Taking the stage. Your ability to magically transform your equipment has synchronized with your skill at making magical themed gear. Equipment you temporarily enhance will also have minor Tinkertech additions that follow the original theme of the equipment. In addition, you may use your mark to store information on manifested Tinkertech, allowing you to reliably manifest it again or build it separately. The mark can also be used as a conduit to enhance the equipment from a distance. Stop! Hammer time. You can pull a hammer out of hammer space and hit someone hard enough to send them flying. No matter what, this won't seriously harm them, though it may incapacitate them for a time. The hammer is a perfect shield, unbreakable and inviolable.
Inviolable.
Inviolable. Inviolable. The only person who could put any force onto it is you. Your reflexes are enhanced to peak human. Flesh Shay's power would be redirected by this. Ooh. Striker/Trump. Backup. You can absorb and store the personalities and powers of others. The absorbed memories and powers can be imprinted into a null body, creating a separate existence. The process does not overwrite the new host's original powers and experiences. The power absorption is temporary if the target is in good health, but can become permanent if they are weakened. Memory injector. Through physical touch, you can inject memories or experiences, either your own or someone else's, so the target lives out those memories perfectly. This can be utilized so that every physical and emotional sensation will feel real to them. Enough contact may incapacitate the target or cause them to be in a coma, even death. To increase effectiveness, you gain a fraction of memories from people you previously touched. Explosive armor. You can automatically create explosions at any hostile force that touches your body without harming you. You can set how dangerous something needs to be in order to trigger this effect. The explosion is as strong as a grenade. You can also create explosions from wherever you want on your body without something triggering it. Combo. Your melee attacks get stronger in a geometric progression the longer you attack the same target without stopping. You have to continue hitting your opponent with pauses no longer than 5 seconds between the strikes or your combo will be broken. Fragmentation. You can alter any object you touch to momentarily act like broken safety glass that is easily shattered. You could walk through a reinforced metal door or person like they weren't even there. This also works on force field effects, but doesn't function on endbringers past the surface layers. The property wears off a few seconds after contact. Rewind. You can selectively rewind the state of anything you touch, including yourself, to a previous state. You can do things such as rewinding your physical state to heal injuries or repair objects, rewinding someone's mind to erase select portions of their memories, or even rewind someone's entire state to resurrect them. You can selectively choose what aspects to rewind, such as only physical, to restore someone to a younger and healthy body without erasing their memories, or perhaps just healing someone's injuries they have gotten from training without removing any benefits from said training. Retribution. Given the case where someone intends to do you harm and succeeds in touching you, or you want to inflict as much pain on someone else in turn, you automatically turn their body against them, flipping their bodily defenses and systems, enough internal damage to reach organ failure, to cause unbearable pain until they pass away from shock. This goes especially for parahumans, also turning their power against both lifting their limit and passively causing their power to wreak havoc inside their bodies. Striker map disorder. Every time you touch or graze any person close to your personal space, you induce or aggravate a disorder based on the person's psychological profile, tendencies, and potential neuroses. A nervous personality may lead to developing an anxiety disorder, and a bad-tempered person may worsen to a form of intermittent explosive disorder, IED. Name a few. Gotta get something to drink. Gotta get something to drink. I may pass out after this stream. A thinker aspect helps with ascertaining the vector's probable disorder, with the rate of a person succumbing to this illness depending on their mental resilience and prior demons. The power behaves infectiously, with all under its effects acting as a vector, contaminating the populace further through touch, accelerating the infection rate the more people are infected. Parahumans with a condition or disorder due to their power are just as susceptible as any person, with the power's caveat of oddly interacting with their trauma and resulting tendencies, quickly falling victim to this and promptly losing themselves. Mob mentality required Master/Trump haze of conflict. Haze of conflict further worsens this power's effects, acting both as an agitating factor on the power's infectious rate and considerably deteriorating the vector's disorders to maniacal or maniacal maniacal
Maniacal.
maniacal and near psychotic lengths. Parahumans under this power become hotbeds, their power expression on their rampage acting as an extension of the contagion. This also causes an odd behavioral pattern in the infected. They are drawn to gatherings or large groups of people where they violently explode in a paroxysm of rage and hysteria.
Paroxysm.
Paroxysm of rage and paroxysm. This conflict engenders enough violent contact with one another and sufficient emotional instability to jumpstart an outbreak. The Face Stealer. With a mere touch, you can strip an entity of its face, leaving behind a smooth, featureless void where it once was. The victim is neither truly dead nor alive, existing in a suspended state where they require no sustenance, oxygen, or sleep. Any wounds they had at the moment of theft are rendered inert, never worsening, but never healing either. They effectively become unchanging, unable to die. While they remain functionally immortal in this state, they are utterly deprived of their senses of sight, smell, and taste, and are left incapable of speech. Sight, smell, and taste are once stolen, a face becomes yours to wear, and with it you inherit the natural and supernatural traits associated with it. A dog's face grants an unparalleled sense of smell, and a cat's bestows superior night vision, and the face of a parahuman with clairvoyance or emotion sensing allows you to use those abilities as if they were yours. Oh, you can seamlessly switch between faces at will, but only one may be worn at a time. The transition is instantaneous, letting you adapt to different situations with frightening speed. If you somehow have more than one face, you can wear multiple faces. Your collection of faces is permanent unless you choose to return them, at which point the victim regains their senses and consciousness as if no time had passed. 1000-degree knife. Your body is 1000 degrees. It's 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A little over the temperature of the sun's surface. Your temperature won't interact with the air unless you want it to, and can be turned off or confined to certain limbs at any time you will. So, you cannot be hurt by any heat less than 20,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Replicate. You can replicate matter through physical contact. You may replicate multiple things at once, but you cannot replicate anything over 200 kilograms, 440 pounds, of material at a time. Clones share access with the original's shard. Alright. Property catalog. Whenever you touch an object, being, or surface, its physical properties get added to your property catalog. Whenever you touch an object, being, or surface, physical properties get added to your property catalog. You may later choose to apply one of these properties to another object, being, or surface by touching it. These physical properties may be either something basic, texture, color, density, or durability, or a more advanced property like conductivity, reactivity, or even uniform chemical makeup. Ouroboros. You can revert any living being to its youngest form, such as a baby, a seed, an egg, and so on. The target will retain the memories, growth, personality, and powers that it had before the transformation, even if they are not typical for its new age. This power only works on living beings who reach the prime of their life or past that. Vector alteration. With a touch, you can change the direction of anything that touches you. With a touch, you can change the direction of anything that touches you. It remains at the speed it was going prior to your touching it. Only its direction has changed. Resistance down. You can make anything you touch to have the durability, resistances, and even esoteric defenses reduced by an arbitrary amount. This can range from making the human's body acid resistance to be lower than stomach acid to making embryo cores incapable of negating powers. Hold on, arbitrary. Based on random choice or personal whim. Implosion. You can choose to make anything you can touch implode inwards on contact and destroy itself. This only works on physical objects or people. You can also delay this for a maximum of a day. You can also choose to remove your timed implosions. Death touch. If you touch someone and you want them dead, they're dead. This only works on humans. Time strike. You possess the power to manipulate a web of energy, allowing you to use it to send objects or individuals into the future. Wait. By utilizing this energy, you can cause the objects or individuals to temporarily cease to exist and reappear at a later time. However, if an object is in their relative location after they reappear, they will end up fusing, causing damage to both objects. If you were to use all of your energy at once, you could send someone a year into the future. Doing so will require over a month to recover your energy. redistribution of pain. You can absorb damage done to living beings, including yourself, or objects, healing or repairing them, and store that damage in a battery of sorts. You can then give that damage or a fraction of that damage to someone or something else with a touch. This cannot bring back the dead, though it can repair their bodies. Object playlist. You have a mental playlist that is filled by touching a non-living object that isn't bigger than you. Sorry, what? You have a mental playlist that is filled by touching a non-living object that isn't bigger than you. Said playlist is numbered 1 to 5, and with 1 being the newest item, and as such can only hold 5 items. Adding an item to the playlist pushes the previous item 1 number below. Doing so while the playlist is full means the old item is discarded to make space for the newest. You have a couple ways of managing your playlist. You can discard an item, you can manually drag around a single item at a time, you can directly swap 2 items position, and you can randomly shuffle everything. By selecting a number from the playlist, you gain absolute awareness of the object within it. For example, what a specific knife can cut, its material composition, who made it, what was it used for since its creation, etc. Through the true purpose of the selection is your capacity to recreate the selected item, whether either into your hand, with said hand repositioned to whatever way you want, like say recreating a gun with your finger already on the trigger, or recreating multiple knives between your fingers. You can freely overwrite whatever is already in your hand with each selected item. Since the items within the places are a 1-1 copy of the original object at the time of registry, they also contain any properties acquired by being affected or made by power. While for example the capable from hookline would keep its all or nothing durability due to it being a property of the chain itself, you would not have control over it. Each item in the playlist can have a maximum of 20 instances at a time. The oldest instance of an item disappears to make way for the newest instance if its limit is surpassed. If an item is no longer in the playlist, all of its instances disappear. They also disappear 1 hour after its creation. Together with a scary capacity to accurately hit any of your projectiles, your entire body is enhanced to the human limit to take advantage of your playlist. CYOA's lesser cousin. We're trying to check spell cards of Wardo. During stop time, your body is further enhanced by an order of magnitude, and you can have as many instances as you want. When time resumes, the bonus enhancement is undone, and the extra instances created during time stop disappear after the cooldown for your time stop ends. Spatial Rupture. Your attacks, be it from weapons... Hold on, hook line. Power Origins, Shardless, Noble, Powers, Tier 1. I'm guessing it would be Shaker. Aromatherapy. Babble, Spell, Bedlam, Hot Body, Judgment, Flame, Hook Line. I was wrong, it's not in here. Shit, I still want to know. Spatial rupture. Your attacks, be it from weapons, your fists, and so on, leave undetectable remains only you can see and feel. You can choose to instantly teleport to one of these invisible remains whenever you choose, or cause them to explode in an all-or-nothing spatial rupture that destroys anything within a 3-meter range of it. You are immune to these effects of your spatial slashes, and they last up to a week, after which they will fizzle and fade. Reinforcement. You can make an object stronger, more durable, and better at its purpose than it was before. However, you need to be careful when doing this. Doing it probably can result in damage to the object. You can use this on yourself, though it could kill you if you do it badly. Jinx. You can steal luck with a touch. The effect fades over time. A person whose luck was stolen will gradually get back to baseline normal. It might be possible to temporarily gain the luck to Shaker. It gets worse, but it will only last for a few minutes, and you need to drain at least 100 people within the time frame of 10 seconds. Clock Stopper. With a touch, you can freeze an object or person time for a maximum of 15 minutes. At any time, you can unfreeze any frozen object. But after 5 minutes, it will get more and more likely to unfreeze all on its own. After 10 minutes, you can no longer force the object to unfreeze. With a touch, you can unfreeze objects frozen by Clock Blocker. You can break Grey Boy bubbles, as well as any other localized temporal effects caused by Bakuda and other temporal manipulators. By healer, quotation marks. By manipulating time and matter, you can return things to their original states and heal deep injuries. Even if the patient is barely alive, you can save them and restore their bodies to their optimum state. However, to do this, you must understand the perfect condition of the body you are restoring. So to achieve this, your power makes you go through all the experience of the target. Meaning you will experience their lifetime of pain in just a few seconds. With time, you can expand the usage of this power. As a side effect of experiencing your patient's memories, you can somehow think through the pain. You can gain access to their skills. With enough mastery, you can also modify the process, allowing you to alter the bodies of your targets at will instead of simply restoring them. Reconstitute. As long as you understand the structure of something, you can transmute it into a new form. As long as you understand that too, it has the same base atoms. All transmutations must obey the 3 laws of thermodynamics. You cannot bring back the dead with this. Idle theory. So I can bring back the thing of idle theory. You can turn fake toys and realistic fakes into the real thing. Toy guns can work as real guns, and even pretend items mimicking other capes can work like a weaker version of the real thing. However, the quality of the item in question will dictate how powerful it is. A complete one-to-one copy can possess nearly equal power to the real thing. Cosplaying as other capes can grant you their powers as well, although you will never surpass the original, and you can't copy Tinkers and some trumps like Dauntless or Fairy Queen properly due to losing charges or fairies when you stop. Mutagen. You produce a gooey biological catalyst that causes living organisms that make contact with it to undergo tens of thousands of years of optimized evolution per second. This artificial evolution will cause the emergence of traits desired by the user of this power, if they are possible with enough time, starting with it and prioritizing conscious desires and then working on subconscious desires if it has time. The catalyst is used to fuel the transformation at a rate of 1 gallon, for example. It is completely used after a minute has passed. You can produce the catalyst at a rate of 10 gallons per minute. You are immune to the effects of the catalyst, but not to the effects of bacteria or viruses exposed to it. You can choose what types of life are allowed the catalyst to affect and not affect when creating it, like bacteria and viruses, for example. Thorny Rose. You have control over an improved version of Arm Master's Nanothorn technology. Any attack you make or power you use from a simple punch to a reality warping doom laser is infused with the ability to completely sever molecular bonds. This power has two modes, passive and active. In passive mode, you have the equivalent of what Arm Master used against Leviathan applied to all of your attacks, including weapons and powers, without the visible effect. However, this comes at a cost, being extremely difficult to control. You may find yourself accidentally cutting through precious objects or even people merely by touching them. You can improve in control over time in regular uses or powers in conflict, but you may still unintentionally... Fuck's that noise? However, the holding back perk will allow you to determine if your power is on or off, as well as control what is effective. In active mode, you gain access to an improved version which allows you to sever nearly anything, up to and including an Endbreaker core. This still isn't an absolute effect, so it will not be able to damage things such as Alexandria's body stasis or the Siberium. Because this mode is extremely energy intensive for your shard, it will give you the full body equivalent of a thicker headache if you use it too often. If you are shardless, you do not feel this pain, but are instead paying the increased energy cost yourself, so use this mode sparingly. Attacks infused during active mode gain a pale aura of color of your choosing. You can also temporarily infuse objects with the ability to create nanothorns, which allows you to make items such as nanothorn daggers, which last for a couple hours. That's a good one. Striker Trump. Bandersnatch. Oh, through the looking glass. When you touch a parahuman, your shard can drain their powers. This process permanently weakens the parahuman, reducing their abilities, while simultaneously stealing resources from them to recharge your shard and strengthen your own powers. The boost to your abilities is greater if the parahuman's power are similar to yours. However, this effect is less effective if the target has a higher shard ranking and it cannot be used on Endbreakers or Entity. A pure human can be weakened to a minimum of 1% of their original strength. What the hell is Bandersnatch? Although neither works besides the appearance of Bandersnatch, as long as maybe found the world beyond the look at and found by various sources that must have been used in other forms of media. For sure. This poem is necessary to be armed with a vorpal sword or a wing sea pistol because the one can never know what I do. And Larry is somewhat resembling a giant. Internet. I guess I'm just not getting the reference. Breaker, Brute, and Trump last. We're almost done. Brute. Or, Breaker. Immune response. You are highly resistant to all forms of poison, heat, electricity, and acid. You are totally immune to all forms of sickness and radiation. You are only moderately resistant to poisons that nullify your powers. You would die if you were on the surface of of the sun for more than a couple of minutes. A lightning bolt so mildly sting a Tinker Tech acid might still cause harm if it's corrosive enough. Phase. You can shift into a semi-gaseous state. While in the state, you can pass through walls as long as some part of you can, a few other than your feet, go first. You can technically phase through the floor, but as long as your feet touch the floor first, you won't pass through it. You remain vulnerable to fire and electricity, and are especially vulnerable to strong winds. Strong winds won't kill you, but you can't exactly resist them. You are immune to bullets and lasers while in the state. They'll pass straight through you. Gomu Gomu no Mi. You are a rubber person, or really, just really elastic and not conductive. Blunt forces do no damage to you, and you are resistant to heat. You could get crushed by Behemoth or punched by Alexandria and not get damaged. You do not have hockey, second gear, third gear, or any other gear that Luffy has in the anime. Balancing act. I think that's still pretty good. You can redistribute your mass any way you want across your body. This can help with a few situations. For example, put most of your mass at a point of impact to increase the strike's potency. Put a lot of mass into your feet to greatly increase your balance, or climb surfaces more easily by distributing your mass across your fingers, your feet, and your upper body. Any part of your body made heavier than normal, though, is also receive a proportional increase in durability, so that Newton's law doesn't lead to your limbs exploding from a punch with increased mass. Bullet. You are able to transform into a featureless gray blob. To enter this form, you must first choose your destination or direction. Once your target is locked, you transform and are propelled toward it at bullet-like speed, relinquishing all control over your trajectory, pace, or ability to maneuver mid-flight. In this form, your body becomes pliable, resilient, a pliable, resilient mass impervious to most physical damage but vulnerable to being forcibly stopped by obstacles. Your transformation will end either upon reaching your intended destination or if your momentum is prematurely halted. If you are stopped prematurely, you will be disoriented. Light show. Your body explodes in a blast of light, streams of lightning, and fragments of crystallized energy. These fly off in a blast covering a distance of 30 feet. You reform from the blast where you originally were after a few seconds. 1,000 faces. You can transform into crystal shards. Each shard contains a copy of your mind, which can control its shard telekinetically and is connected to the others through telepathic communication. There is no limit on the number of shards you can create. As long as your total volume remains the same, no single shard is smaller than a fingernail. However, as more shards are created, the more deviations in each copy are reminded. Additionally, the further away each shard is from the other, the harder it is to maintain telepathic communication. The optimal amount of shards to get minimal mental deviations is no more than 15, with the optimal range being between each shard for peak mental communication being no higher than 10 meters away from each other. Upon reforming, all the minds fuse back into one. Fusing with minds that have deviated from the original may result in those deviations being retained. Flicker. You can selectively ignore anything you put your mind to, although only one thing at a time. This can range from guns, making you fully immune to all gunfire to the ground, which lets you phase right through it. Ignoring the ground will cause you to shoot out from wherever you entered from a high speed. Wait, what? To the ground, which lets you phase right through it. Ignoring the ground will cause you to shoot out from wherever you entered from a high speed. Inverse. You can, at will, and enter and exit a breaker state that inverts your colors. While in this state, all damage you take and deal is inverted, with light attacks dealing heavy damage and powerful attacks dealing next to no damage. Ablative armor.
Ablative.
Ablative. That's not a good description. Your body is protected by an ablative energy barrier that absorbs damage like a health pool. As long as this barrier remains intact, oncoming attacks deal no real harm. However, once depleted, any further damage directly affects you. This protective pool regenerates over time, but the mechanics of recovery and growth depend on how it is used. Fully depleting and allowing it to fully recover increases the maximum capacity of your AP pool, making it more resilient over time. Conversely, taking partial damage and letting it regenerate gradually increases the recovery speed, decreasing the time it takes to refill. The regeneration has a soft cap, preventing more than instant full recovery. The durability of your armor scales proportionally to your strength/durability versus incoming damage. For reference, a 9mm bullet depletes 1 HP for an average human. And you begin with a base of 10 HP, meaning you could withstand a full magazine of small arms fire before the clear collapses. You have no other powers. Speed Force. You have the ability to manipulate your speed in ways that defy logic. You can instantaneously reach your max speed or reach a full stop instantly. If you are capable of moving fast enough to break the sound barrier, you will not produce a sonic boom. Additionally, you can run into a person/object at max speed without turning them or yourself into pace, allowing you to punch someone at max speed and not have your fist ripped through them. Thin existence. You can thin your existence, diminishing your presence to the point where the rules of reality barely apply to you. In this state, you can defy gravity, pass through walls, or slip unnoticed through the world around you. However, if you're thinning yourself too much, there's a risk of fading completely out of existence. Gamer body. Your body functions like that of a video game character with an internal health bar that tracks your vitality. No matter how much damage you take, your body remains visually intact, showing no wounds or bruises or scars. Even if an attack would... Instead, all injuries are affected purely by a reduction in your health pool. Even if an attack would normally break a bone or leave a deep wound, your physical form remains unchanged until your health reaches 0. Additionally, status effects appear as debuff icons beside your health bar rather than manifesting as gruesome injuries. Bleeding appears as a persistent health drain rather than actual open wounds. Broken bones limit movement or impose penalties to action, but leave no visible fractures. Poison, burns, and other effects function as ongoing damage over time or stat reductions, displayed as game-like icons of physical symptoms. However, you are not invisible. If your health bar reaches 0, you'll fall just like anyone else, whether you look hurt or not. Breaker/Brute. Weld. You can transform your body into a metallic physiology and alter your shape and composition to a degree. In this form, you are stronger and more durable than most. Your malleable physiology allows you to survive what would be fatal injuries to a baseline human. In this form, you can assimilate any metal you touch. This can be used to prepare your form. If you fully transform, you gain a highly favorable Meten effect. Powers that only affect organic beings tend to not affect you, and powers that only affect inorganic material also tend to not affect you. Ant-Man. You can shrink yourself to the size of 1 centimeter. You retain your human strength while in this form. You can grow back to normal with the thought. Other side of the coin. You can shift into a breaker state that has an alternate power set. You have a total of 10 SP to spend on powers for this form. You can't have breaker or changer powers. You cannot have your original powers while in this form. That's cool. Superposition. You have the ability to perform multiple actions simultaneously on a quantum level. You are limited to 10 actions at the same time, and all of them must be locked in the same single point of space you are standing in. Solstice. You can enter a state where your temperature is absolute zero. Heat around you will be drawn inward, tugging on the matter as it passes. This effect grows stronger the longer you stay still. Ragdoll. Your power has altered your biology, making your skin and muscles more flexible and able to move in ways that are beyond the norm. Your joints are multi-directional or omnidirectional, which allows for a greater range of movements. Your spine has become more flexible as well, allowing you to fold and twist your body in any direction along it. Your bones have been altered, making them more rubbery and able to be stretched or flattened. Your internal organs also have the ability to function even when stretched or flattened, and your skin cannot be torn. Whenever you crack a joint, you not only do not feel the pain, the joint adjusts and heals to become more able to move in that direction. Mirror World. You can enter and exit a mirror world through mirrors or reflective surfaces, identical to the real world in every way except it is devoid of living beings. The mirror world reflects the state of the real world, so cars will still move and such, and any action you perform in the mirror world will occur in the real one as well. You can't directly harm or observe any living beings, including the Endbringers and entities. Pula Magica. You can send yourself back in time by up to 5 minutes, replacing your past self, but with all your future self's memories. Or self's injuries and possessions, but you won't be able to use the ability to get into your back to when you time travel from. The Flying Brick. In Worm, the term flying brick was replaced by Alexandria package. You, however, take on the original term literally. You are able to turn into a flying brick able to move up to 100 kilometers an hour. What's the difference between a breaker and a changer? Breakers are one of the 12 power breakers have the ability to alter themselves to a different state in which they maintain different abilities, although breakers are permanently altered states. Alright. As such, the term changer is used in physical form. So a changer is just someone that change into something, but see, that's confusing. Mental state to something alien and power generated. Single benefit that. And then changer. Now, if their form appears their natural abilities, their same form. Their body image or from complex body can use social like breaker. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. It's confusing as hell. And carrying the kinetic energy of a brick at that speed. You also have enough resistance to equal something at that speed, not break. Rotom. You can possess objects. Possessing an undamaged object will heal you, and possessing a heavily damaged object will heavily injure you. Unless the object is electronic in nature, you can do nothing while possessing an object. You still have all 5 senses when possessing an object. If the object is electronic, you can control the object. You cannot control a living being with this power. Cutout. You can enter a breaker state in which your body is compressed and flattened in one direction, down to roughly the thickness of cardboard. In this state, you retain all the strength or ability of your normal form, concentrated down into your new volume without increasing your weight. Naturally, this increases your physical power, toughness, and speed up to a mildly superhuman level, and pairs especially well with any other powers that increase your strength or durability, acting like a force multiplier. Additionally, your breaker state is surprisingly flexible, allowing you to fold and bend yourself to similar to actual cardboard, letting you slip through cracks and openings and hide in places that would be impossible for normal people. Breaker, mover, axis shift. You now have access to a fourth spatial dimension, and through that, another axis of movement. You don't teleport, rather you step in a direction that literally does not exist from a three-dimensional perspective, something akin to invincibility and phasing. You can move through this axis as easily as just standing assigned to walk left or right, and are able to perceive it just as easily as you would regular space. From here, you can ignore most obstacles outside of exotic power effects or tinker tech centered around spatial or temporal manipulation. However, you cannot interact with objects on the axis as you move through it, meaning you'll need to peek your hands out if you want to punch someone. You can bring objects on your persons with you, but you'll find objects any larger than them destabilizing during your stay along the foreign axis. The result of this destabilization is the scrambling of the matter of that object upon exiting the axis. It remains a tincture mass, but the more time spent within, the more unrecognizable it will be.
Contiguous.
Sundering. When you cut apart, your severed body parts don't die, they transform. Initially, any dismembered piece remains biologically active and fully under your control. A severed hand can crawl, a detached eye continues to see, and limbs operate independently as though still connected. But as time passes, your influence over the pieces begin to wane, and the power it holds starts to change. The longer a part stays separated, the more its abilities evolve, and the less control you retain over it. Smaller parts change the fastest. A lost fingertip might begin warping within hours, while a full limb might take days. At first, these changes are subtle, a bit more strength, quicker reflexes, or unnatural resilience. But eventually, the power becomes stronger, stranger, and more distinct. A severed hand might begin phasing through solid matter. A dismembered leg might float just above the ground, or an arm might twist and sprout extra fingers for increased dexterity. However, the longer it's apart, the more autonomous it becomes, and its abilities grow increasingly passive. No longer responsive to your will, but still active in some instinctive or unpredictable way. Reintegration is always possible, regardless of how long a piece has been gone, but the more it's changed, the harder it is to reclaim. Mildly empowered parts reintegrate smoothly, but those steep and power-resistant attachment will require great effort to merge back into your body. When a piece is reattached, its powers are weakened. Each part's power remains limited to itself. If your right hand generates fire, no other part can replicate it, but reintegration comes with a trade-off. The absorbed abilities may resonate with other powers in your body, creating unexpected synergies, though individual effects are diminished. New combinations can emerge, strange and powerful interactions that didn't exist when the part acted alone. If too many parts are severed and scattered far away from each other, your consciousness begins to fray. Like your limbs, you lose autonomy, your mind drifting, awareness dimming, until you eventually fall into a kind of deathless stasis. Not dead, but no longer alive in any meaningful sense, yet revival is possible. If your parts are brought back within proximity and enough of you is reassembled, awareness returns, your mind rekindles, and you live again. This also means you are immortal as long as enough of your limbs are preserved and reassembled. Neuromorphic splicing. When a limb is severed, it doesn't simply regrow from your body. Instead, the lost piece regenerates into a new living version of you. These clones begin as partial reflections, but over time, they diverge. Each develops uniquely, their powers and traits shaped by the specific limb they originated from, and the environment they experienced during growth. A clone grown from your left arm may become agile and deft, capable of fine manipulation and stealth, while one born of your right leg might develop brute strength or unshakable endurance. As time passes, these regenerated entities evolve into radically different directions, emotionally, mentally, and physically. They are you, but not entirely. Each carries fragments of your will, yet they operate with increasing autonomy. Clones can fuse together either with each other or back into your original body, just as reintegrating a powerful limb weakens its individual abilities. Merging clones dilutes the raw strength of their unique powers, and gives way for additional synergistic abilities. However, since the entire clone is your severed limb, their powers are not confined to a single limb or area. Instead, the abilities are spread throughout the unified body, allowing for more versatile use. Fusion also affects the mind. Merging clones must reconcile diverging thoughts, memories, and identities. The result is often an enhanced sense of self, layered with the perspectives of your other selves, but sometimes the mind fractures under the weight of the reintegration, requiring time to stabilize. Unholing offering. Required master inverse cannibalism. Now, your several limbs carry not only power, but allure. Once detached, they exude an irresistible temptation, a primal hunger that calls to both beast and man. The scent, the texture, the very essence of your flesh becomes hypnotic. Anyone who consumes a part of you, whether out of desperation, instinct, or curiosity, falls into your trap. They become hosts. Your flesh takes root inside of them. Subtly at first, but soon the process accelerates. Your tissue grows, spreads, and intertwines with theirs. The host becomes fertile ground, your fertilizer for the limb's continued evolution. The more of you they consume, the more of you they become. The limb, now feeding off their body, mutates rapidly, gaining strength, intelligence, entirely new traits shaped by the biology and psychology of its devourer. The transformation is parasitic and symbiotic. Hosts remain alive, but never fully themselves again. Your influence seeps into their thoughts, warping instincts and overriding memories, bending their will. They begin to act in your interest, often unknowingly, guided by whispers they believe are their own. You can still absorb the limb, reabsorb the limb just as you would any severed piece of yourself. Doing so kills the host instantly, their body consumed as the limb fuses back into your own. Any power the host possessed is partially inherited, becoming part of the reabsorbed limb. However, as with all reintegration, the ability is significantly weakened and confined solely to that limb. If you have neuromorphic splicing, the host will physically change to look similar to you. Damn, that's pretty cool. But also terrifying. No, you can fly at 15 miles per hour and can phase through matter. However, when you in this state, you cannot interact with anything except light. You cannot talk, you cannot hear, you can see and be seen. Useful if you can lip read or need to get somewhere secure. You do not need air in this state. Redirection. Your body has a unique field covering you that can warp space. This also allows you to move between the atoms of objects. Bullets flying around you, lasers redirected, and so on. You can control this warp space to selectively grab things or redirect attacks back at a person. Dark Shadow. You can transform into a crow-like humanoid shape built out of black blades. In this form, you possess incredible speed. Including low-altitude flight, and a defensive spatial warping power that causes incoming objects to slide out of your way. Elemental. An elemental boost. Taking elemental damage allows you to absorb it. Electrical damage makes you faster and stronger than you normally would be, and rubble would make you more durable. The greater the damage a normal human would take would dictate how long you would be boosted. If you possess an elemental power, you can have it as long as you want. If you currently possess an element like thunder, you cannot absorb non-thunder elements like fire until the duration of thunder is over. Wait. If you... Alright. It's a little confusing to me. Density. You can control how much mass you have without changing your size. Your minimum density is just above that of air. Your maximum density is just above that of tungsten. When you die, one of this power's charges is used, bringing you back to life a month later at some safe spot. You start with one charge, regenerate one charge per month without dying, and have a maximum capacity of 5 charges. That doesn't feel like a breaker, but alright. Tri-state area. You have 3 forms you can transform into. It takes 30 seconds to transform, and you're as vulnerable as a normal human during this process. They are all as easy to control as your own human body. First, you can transform into a wheel, with which you can accelerate and bounce around at high speed. Second, you can transform into a highly durable turret, with which you can shoot blasts of color heat, moving at high speeds and doing great damage. You cannot move in this state and have a limited range of aiming. The speed of fire is roughly 10 blasts per second. Third, you can become a line on the ground, projecting a force field above you that has the durability and strength of Alexandria. The line can occupy a total space of up to, and it can be no thinner than 5 centimeters. You can move and shape it around to some degree, though it is somewhat slow. Additionally, you can once a week bestow upon another use of one of these forms. If you do it several times on the same person, they'll eventually get all the forms, though never they be able to spread them to another. You cannot share the forms with prior parahumans, but if they trigger, they keep their forms. This does not bestow any type of control upon them, but gratitude and social pressure. Armored Core. Ignite. You can transform into a small orb-like core with the ability to absorb surrounding matter and store it in its structure. Once absorbed, you can use this matter to continuously maintain and control any form you desire, so long as you have enough of the right material. Additionally, the core can utilize the stored matter as fuel, burning it to enhance your speed, strength, durability, and control over your breaker power. This process can also augment other powers you have, making them more potent based on the amount of matter being consumed at a given moment. The denser something is, the better results you gain from burning it. This power synergizes with your Tinker abilities to create and manipulate Tinker Tech to use while in your orb form. For Brute and Striker powers, the forms you make are considered part of you. Okay. Ibis. Ibis. You know when I want pro
Ibis.
Ibis. Alright. You can transform into a monstrous and yet beautiful form that vaguely resembles all the parts of animals in the bird family: beaks, feathers, wings, and talons. Everyone who can see you in this state has their adrenaline secretion fight or flight responses artificially suppressed, making them feel extremely calm. They are prevented from raising their heart rate above a certain level, meaning they can't even run. Finally, noise in a certain range of view is partially muted. You can't go above a certain volume. Wendigo. You can transform into a Wendigo that feeds on human blood. That feels like a changer power. Your monster form is sickly, skinny, while still being massive, with razor-sharp claws and a strong sense of smell and hearing, allowing you to track prey with ease. Your strength and speed increases with each feeding as you gain strength from the blood of your victims. You can also manifest mutations by consuming parahumans, such as having a slightly higher resistance to heat by devouring a pyrokinetic, increasing the volume of your ward by devouring a sonokinetic, or even growing in size by devouring a size manipulator. Nothing enough to be a power, but still enough to be noticed. Inkheart. You can transform your body into special ink. While transformed, you can freely control the shape and state of your ink, from a solid copy of someone else to a living puddle which slithers across the ground. You can even selectively change parts of your body, such as turning your arm into a writhing mass of tendrils harder than steel. You can also transform existing ink into more of your ink through contact with it. When fully transformed, you can choose to leave a trail of your ink wherever you touch, which you can submerge yourself in. While submerged, your speed is greatly accelerated and your movements are undetectable, allowing you to quickly reposition yourself and catch your enemies by surprise. You can also assimilate your ink outside of your body to repair any damage you take or grow larger. Finally, you possess the ability to telekinetically control any of your ink, possessing incredibly fine control. Master Scribble. No longer do you have to draw your ink creatures. Now you can discreetly create them from your ink. While this does allow you to quickly create high quality ink creatures due to not being drawn, they do not benefit from what ability to inherit the due to not being drawn, they do not benefit from the ability to inherit the properties of what they were drawn on. Any ink creatures can automatically begin given your ability to spread and merge with ink at no cost. Using ink constructs, you can make 1-1 copies of just about anything, which in conjunction with idle theory can work just as well as the original. Idle theory? This is even capable of replicating some Tinker Tech and powers infused objects like Dauntless Gear. Furthermore, by shape-shifting into a perfect copy of someone, you are capable of using idle theory. Oh, it says right there. To copy their capabilities at full strength. This perfectly copies their current capabilities. So if you copy the Fairy Queen, you also have access to all the shades she had when you copied her. If you have Inklings, you can make your ink creations be copies as well. Keep in mind that your shard is still sourcing this, so summoning swarms of copies of powerful heroes can quickly drain your shard's reserves. Tainted World, Black Goo. Your ink and the ink-like substance of black goo are now one and the same, allowing you to selectively express the properties of either through your controlled ink, with the main draw being black goo's ability to convert existing matter into more of your ink. Should you possess inklings, then corpses reanimated by your ink retain their powers. Living Seal. Funijitsu. Your ability to become and control ink has meshed incredibly well with your ability to tinker with ink. You may freely shift any ink you control into any variety of ink you have previously created. Your fine control over ink allows you to rapidly create incredibly detailed and complex seals, simply by making the ink you control take the shape of whatever symbols are required. Lastly, you are able to bypass the need for paper at the cost of quality, directly painting seals onto objects or even forming your own body into a living seal. Elemental. You embody some element, whether that is air, water, fire, earth, energy, void, ice, electricity, metal, iron, gold, oxygen, carbon, uranium, or whatever you embody it. Your personality shifts towards that element. Fire would be hot-headed, ice would be cold, air would be flighty, uranium would be unstable, etc. You have total control over that element within 30 meters of yourself, fine control within 50 meters, and rough control within 100 meters. 90 feet, 120 feet, 300 feet. You have weaknesses based on your element. If water is weak to electricity, fire is weak to earth, water and void, air is weak to void, etc. An Endbreaker with control over your element trumps your control. A time elemental cannot time travel. Monsoon. You can divide your body into many pieces telekinetically, controlling them at a whim and using them as if they were connected, as always. Your segments are held together. Wait, what? pieces telekinetically controlling them at a whim and using them as if they were connected. As always, your segments are held together by a localized macro-level quantum teleportation, allowing you greater maneuverability and range linked maintaining cohesion. Being linked still, separating yourself up to 30 different parts, you can slowly regenerate any detached body parts in case losing a segment or as self-defense taking its time to heal. That said, there are limits to this. Your segment's range limit in terms of how far it is to your body is 130. Cease and function altogether once reaching that limit. Losing your body's connection and weak points, such as your heart and brain, especially your chrono potential, persist even when split and spread around. Lethal weak points of target. Lizard tail. Splitter. Required. Full body detachment. Required thinker/brute. Flawless ocular donor. Your limit is how much you can detach and split your body, and how far you go through it is loosened to a worrying extent. Full body detachment allows you to split into variable lengths and proportions, vertical and or diagonal attachments split semi-wide pieces or parts, etc. Flawless ocular donor gives regrowth abilities to any split you lost, to a certain awareness of any piece or parts, roughly perceiving everything around you through them, and even using other body parts to accelerate your regrowth. Be not afraid. You are able to transform into a massive eyeball surrounded by a total of 6 pairs of floating wings. Each feather of these wings are adorned with an eye, and each one possessing the ability to function similarly to human eyes, allowing you to see through them regardless of the feather's distance from your main body. Not only that, but you can use your telekinesis to control these feathers with incredible precision within 1 kilometer radius of your location. Your wings are stronger than steel, and yet completely weightless. This enhanced durability is also extended to the eyes on the feathers. Mandate of Heaven. Elevation. Your breaker form has absorbed elevation, gaining its characteristics. You start off with 6 pairs of wings, plus 1 wing for every other power you have. Your feathers on all your wings will have eyes, and you will be able to telekinetically control these feathers within a kilometer range, as well as see through these eyes regardless of the distance. You can choose to designate any wing you have to enhance one of your powers, and you can have multiple wings focus on the same power for a far greater boost. The appearance of wings will shift based on the power they enhance. By boosting a fire-based power, the wings may become wings of flames. The eyes on the feathers glowing like magma. The eyes on your feathers will also gain a minor sight-based power if the wing they are on is enhanced. For example, a pair of wings of flames. The eye can turn anything in their line of sight more flammable, or perhaps it creates its temperature. Finally, you will find that your breaker form and your base form will slowly merge. This starts with your human form gaining more eyes or feathers with an eye on them, slowly growing from places such as their hair, while your breaker form will find its giant eyeball becoming more humanoid. Once the two forms have become one and the same, your powers would have grown multiple folds, with your wings increasing in numbers greatly, at least tripling. Required on crystal wings. Your feathers gain the special properties of on crystal wings, turning them into powerful weapons and tools. Individually, their durability is comparable to that of osmium, coupled with their razor-sharp edges, making them lethal instruments capable of slicing through steel effortlessly. Moreover, the weightlessness of these feathers allows you with them with unparalleled agility, precision. Your telekinetic control over each feather has improved, allowing you precision equal to that of a machine. You can now also summon up to 1,000 feathers every week, each adorned with an eye, granting you a remarkable sense of awareness and control over your surroundings. These eyes are also boosted, allowing you to see with crystal clarity, unhindered by distance. Additionally, when your feathers are gathered within your wings and or bind together, they are able to withstand blows and breakers and fly at speeds surpassing Mach 20. Furthermore, in that state, the sharpness of your feathers allow you to effortlessly cut through any non-esoteric material that stands in your way. Ophanim. Well, let's search. Ophanim. Ophanim. Your feathers' individual speeds tops out at Mach 1 when your feathers are gathered within your wings and or bind together. They are able to achieve top speeds of Mach 30. This also grants you a remarkable level of control and coordination, with an unparalleled mastery over aerodynamics and fluid dynamics. The additional eyes on your feathers have also been boosted, offering you a form of pseudo-precognition. Your awareness becomes heightened to the point of predictive foresight. By processing and analyzing visual stimuli, you're able to calculate and anticipate events with remarkable accuracy, granting you a strategic advantage in navigating through complex and dynamic environments. However, this ability is limited as it requires visual input. This also comes with a form of auto-defense, as your feathers will block and or shoot down any attack you predicted. Cherub's Sword. Required blaster/changer birdie. Your feathers have become even more powerful. Not only do they get strengthened, but you also gain the ability to quickly replace any feather that has been destroyed. This rapid regeneration can be leveraged to allow you to shoot up to 6,000 feathers per minute. This will exhaust your stamina should you abuse it too much. You can also increase the size of your feathers up to 84 inches in length to use as close combat weapons for yourself or others should you choose. When using a feather in close combat like this, you can use your telekinesis to make the feather vibrate at rapid speeds to increase your cutting power. You can even do this to an entire wing, transforming it into a massive sword with the power to cut through titanium like a hot knife through butter. Sustained vibration will also exhaust your stamina, so be careful. Breaker/shaker bugged out. You can see flaws in the world. Through these flaws, you can break reality in beneficial ways, glitching through walls, cloning objects, and teleportation. All of this is possible as long as you can find the right spots and learn the right methods. You instinctively know how to use each flaw you find, although it may take some time to master. Bethesda. Required Dovahkiin, the Elder Scrolls. You now possess the physics of a Bethesda game character, allowing you to perform ridiculous feats such as launching people into the sky at Mach speeds, making your horse fly, item duping, terrain clipping, sequence breaks, and a whole host of other ridiculous feats. Collision glitch. Your move can't required. Move cancel. Your move cancel is subsumed into bugged out, incorporating better uses and advancements in flaws in movement and collision detection. You exploit the collision detection of a bus or any other object by riding into it, launching it, infusing a flaw in collision detection onto other objects or weapons, phasing your attacks into the other side, infinite jumping by false ground, which is also exploitable, the vaulted BLJ. Oh. Lag exploits are any movement exploits to date and thought of. Hyper armor. Immunity frames. You can apply a flaw on how you give and take damage. Every attack you do can tank 2 hits or offensive without being staggered or losing your stance until your poise breaks afterward. Your movement has a passive super armor, where you and any damage you endure is reduced between 5% through 20% without any pushback or breaking stride, with the chance of invincibility frames in case of recovering from unconsciousness. Game-breaking glitch. Required shake a bread limb. Your flaws are now out of your control, unbidden from yourself aside from an on and off switch. This results in unintended consequences, like people being caught on fault on the ground, finding themselves falling from the first floor of their apartment, and simply anything from your proximity irredeemably twisted and broken beyond belief. Fractal. You can transform into a shattered figure composed of monomolecular crystal shards. In this form, you can glide far away forward at high speeds, though in order to change direction, you must briefly shift forms. While transformed, you are a highly durable and will reflect most non-exotic energies, but you can be temporarily scattered by sufficient force. Breaker, reconstitution. Whenever you enter a breaker state, you fully and painlessly heal. This also removes the effects of masters and strangers. You can enter a glowing breaker state where you emit blinding amounts of light which you can target. Things you target with your light for over 30 seconds will begin to be repaired, including humans. Your reaction time is 5 times faster. Breaker state, you fully painlessly heal. This also removes the effects of masters and strangers. Friction, you can instantaneously alter the friction between yourself or anything you're touching, or anything within 5 centimeters of yourself you're touching. You can increase or decrease the coefficients of static and kinetic friction to anything between 0.001 and 0.9999. Though the coefficient of static friction has to be more than the coefficient of kinetic friction. Breaker/Trump, still body. Your shard is related to stilling and possesses most, if not all, the same capabilities. In your case, though, that involves a much more limited range. You may manipulate the wavelengths that compose your body in ways your power has deemed safe for you. For example, you can increase your durability to certain types of damage, increase your strength massively, and fly at high speeds. You may also manipulate the wavelengths of things in a short radius of your body in a more unrestricted manner, like disintegration touch, pierce power effects, or generate kinetic force in a manner that stacks with your strength, just to name a few examples. You are technically always in a breaker state for the purposes of powers that detect that or rely on it. Energy well. Within you lies a well of raw energy that is somewhat limited in size, but it regenerates after use and rest. While the strength of the energy is low for now, it is extremely versatile. You can use it to strengthen your own physical attributes, so you can hit harder and move faster, even generate a field to lower the damage of incoming forces, or to fall slowly to the ground, maybe even fly one day. Fire off blasts able to destroy buses, but only a few at a time. Maybe you'll even learn how to turn it into a tangible solid to create constructs or even heal people one day. Hell, even a bastardized form of telekinesis is possible, but you'll have to train for it. So it's very versatile. Breaker. Brute/Trump. Spartans die standing. Once you have taken a lethal blow, a blow you cannot survive, you will find an excess of strength that will allow you to do one single attack. This attack will land upon its target. It cannot be dodged, blocked, or nulled. This attack will be greater than your strongest possible attack. If you have other powers, then it may use set powers for the final attack. For example, a blaster power could be enhanced and used. Your body will move automatically to attack the moment this power activates. Vampire. You regenerate when you touch someone. You regenerate when you touch someone else's blood. 1 quart of someone else's blood would be enough to fully regrow a cut-off arm if it was the only damage done to you. The healing is spread throughout your entire body. You are not an actual vampire, and this ability cannot be given to others by buying them. They're being funny. Brute lifesteal. When you hurt someone in some way, be it through punching, stabbing, or shooting, you will be healed for the equivalent of the damage you caused. If you were to dismember someone, that would count as completely destroying their arm, allowing you to regenerate the equivalent of an entire arm. Killing a person will completely restore you to peak condition. No, I am Spartacus. Any damage done to you will be spread evenly among any living being larger than a large rat within 10 meters of you. A bullet to the head will probably still kill you, even if there are 10 other people within range of you. It will also just kill all of them. Damage done to you will be spread evenly among any living beings larger than or at within 10 meters of you. A bullet to the head will probably still kill you, even if there are 10 other people within range of you, but it will also just kill all of them. No, I am Leonidas. You absorb all the damage done to every ally within 10 meters of you before they can even notice it, causing them to damage or pain. You may selectively choose what damage to take. This does not provide any other standard brute perks, so take with caution. Immunity frames. After taking damage, you cannot take damage from another attack of this same type until a second has passed. Biological redistribution. Hold on. You are a regenerating now, with some minor drawbacks. Your regenerations are focused on keeping you alive, so they aren't capable of creating new biomatter. Instead, they must relocate unneeded biomatter to heal you, taking it from where you need it most. For instance, if your body needs to grow a new heart, it might take the flesh from your leg to make it happen. If you are not in life-threatening situations, then your regenerations will focus on patching you up. The good news is that you also gain a secondary power concerning eating. You now digest 100% of everything you consume. All the nutrients are absorbed and used to form new biomatter, meaning you have no waste. You can even eat things like stones, although they contain few nutrients. As long as you can swallow it, you can eat it. This also removes any problems like food poisoning. Brute focus strength. You can sense an energy evenly distributed across your body. The energy itself doesn't do anything until you choose to focus it in parts of your body. For example, by taking the energy in your arms and placing it in your legs, your arms will become sluggish and heavy, while your legs become stronger and faster. This enhancement and weakening affects any powers acting on that part of your body, such as other brute powers. You can instantly focus any part of your body, it being limited only by how fast you can act. If you were to permanently lose a limb, the amount of energy in your body doesn't decrease. Instead, it is distributed to the remaining parts of your body, strengthening it. Greatest defense is offense. Your raw strength and durability become intrinsically linked, ensuring that no matter how powerful you become, your body will always be able to withstand the force you unleash. That means that if you can throw a punch strong enough to shatter steel, you can also endure an equivalent impact without breaking. Likewise, if your resilience grows, your strength rises to match, ensuring you can hit as hard as you can endure. However, this does not inherently increase either your strength or toughness. It simply maintains a perfect balance between the two. Just won't die. You are now capable of, for all intents and purposes, living through and recovering from anything, so long as two conditions are met. Firstly, your head, and secondly, your brain must be intact. As long as those two parts of you are intact, your body will be able to heal and make itself whole. This, however, is not a quick process, as your body heals at the same rate as it would for a normal injury. Captain America. Captain America. You have a moderately above peak human body in every way, excluding looks. Your looks are increased by one level, though. And if they are already at the top level, then you look parahumanly attractive. You can also turn any circular object with a diameter less than a meter into a nearly invulnerable shock-absorbing shield as long as you have touched it within the last 15 seconds. The appearance of the object doesn't actually change, and this power can be used on one object at a time. The object must be metallic in nature. Brute, mass equals acceleration. Your mass is directly proportional to your acceleration. As your acceleration increases, your mass also increases, leading to a higher density. This increase in density enhances your strength and durability. This dramatically increases the force of your attacks. The boost in your strength will mean that you will always be able to move your newly added mass with no difference from your base mass. Brute, distributed damage. Any damage you take will be spread out evenly across your body, causing you to lose all natural weak spots. This can cause you to die suddenly all at once, though, so be careful. Airtight. You are fully immune to various gases, radiation, and other indirect hostile effects. You do not need to breathe, and any food you consume will be safe for consumption regardless of what it was. However, once your skin is breached, until it is closed or healed, radiation or other airborne viruses can get inside you. Brute Atlas. At any time, you can lock the position of your feet onto the ground. As long as that ground is there, you cannot be moved until you unlock the position of your feet. When like this, you are completely invulnerable, are stronger than even Glory Girl, and have enhanced reflexes. Your wounds do not get worse while in this state. Man of Steel. You are stronger than steel. That's about it. Your flesh is like steel, your blood is like molten steel, and your bone is like reinforced steel. They're still flesh, blood, and bone, but they're as strong and durable as liquid steel, the steel itself, and reinforced steel. Respectively, you would regenerate more quickly than normal. Do you even lift? You have tactile telekinesis that allows you to lift anything. This doesn't enhance your speed, your punch speed, or durability at all. If you pick up something large, you don't need to worry about the structural integrity. Your power will keep it intact. Brute, pump it. Pump it. The longer you fight, the more physical power, speed, and durability you acquire. It tops at around 50 times maximum potential and takes around 5 minutes of combat to get there. Rampage. Rampage. When you are energy, your strength, speed... When you are angry, your strength, speed, and durability are multiplied proportional to your anger. Look at it this way. Assuming you're an ordinary man, if you're someone angry for somebody embarrassing you at school or work, you could find yourself punching brick walls down and taking similar blows. If you're pissed off like someone hurting a loved one, you could find yourself punching a hole through a 5-inch steel wall. If you're angry enough to the point that you lose all restraint, you could bring down a 2-story house with just a single blow on command. You can make yourself easier to anger. Self-control, thinker, clean mind, incompatible, Trump / brute, madness. The hate flows, but you don't react. While your emotions don't have an impact while your rational mind is detached, they're still very well there, meaning you can regain the full boost of rampage with no loss of self-control. Cold-blooded hate. Your mind is filled with madness and anger, but instead of a fiery rage, you find nothing but ice-cold hatred. Your power, strength, and instincts get a major increase, and thinkers will have trouble even simulating or intuiting you. Not only that, but your mind has been enhanced as well, giving you a semblance of control. You are capable of thought, but most would call it rational. You are a near emotionless machine dedicated to one goal and one goal only. When you enter this state, you gain an undying hatred towards something. This can be decided beforehand, but it is possible to treat this involuntarily. This hate will guide you to do your maximum efforts to achieve your goals, from helping plan the perfect murder to finally outdoing your neighbor's Christmas decorations. All of it will be filled with cold hate. Revenge is the best dish best served cold, after all. So I can't have both, alright? Brute, bloodbath. Bloodbath. You can absorb blood through your skin to temporarily increase your physical attributes proportional to the quantity and quality of blood absorbed. Half a pint of blood is enough for definitely superhuman strength. This is capped at making you as strong as an Endbreaker. Antaeus. Thank you. Antaeus. You have the power to heal by touching the earth. When you make direct contact with the ground, you can absorb it to hasten your body's regeneration process. This ability allows you to recover from wounds, injuries, and fatigue at an accelerated rate. Minor wounds and cuts will heal within seconds. Moderate injuries such as deep gashes or fractures can take a few minutes, and severe injuries like major organ damage or extensive burns may require an hour of continuous contact. That is, if you can survive for that long. Yang it. Any impact that lands on you will be absorbed and increase your strength. It will still harm you as much as that level impact can. The increase in strength is equal to the power of the impact and lasts as long as you've been hit with the last 5 minutes. That sounds like another thing. Yeah, no, that definitely sounds like another thing. Hold on. Powers. Shaker. Or no. Striker? Yeah, Striker. Here's point. Blade hands. Critical hits. Hard light. Cleanse. Forget me. Yes. The cheese touch. Did you say initial, really? Change size. Pull. Stop. 100th strike. Ability. Amplified charges. Midas touch. Mass manipulation. The spin. Phase touch. Edge. Human capacitor. History's pain. Fuse. Meat touch. Twin impact. Machine spirit. Echo. External nerves. Fiery moves. Cutthroat. Perk. Grippy grip. Thorns. Wolf time. Reeler cake. Viral blood. Delay strike. Cold strike. Quit bonus. Damn it. It sounds familiar though. Something that I just read though. Is what I'm getting at. Rampage light. Life Taker. Yeah, it sounds... I can't fucking remember what it was, though. I think it was a breaker thing. Fuck, hold on. Balancing it. If you're a rubber person, high resistant, tall, light show, flicker, inverse, oblivion, speed force, thin existence, gamer's body, weld, Ant-Man, other side of the coin, superposition, solstice, ragdoll, mirror world, cutout, rotom, flying brick, redirection, null. Elemental boost, dark shadow, density, rebirth, wendigo, ibris. Moonsoon. Mina. Fuck, I know. Fuck, I don't even fucking remember. Fuck! Alright, Life Taker. You steal the remaining natural lifespan of anything you kill, increasing your own lifespan. This can work on non-human races, however, when killing anything functionally immortal or with extremely long lifespan, the effects are weakened, only giving you a maximum of 999 years with diminishing results. You can't boost any part of your body, be it your strength or regeneration, at the cost of your lifespan. If you have other powers, you can boost that too. You have an instinctive knowledge on how long your lifespan is. Energy problems required passenger. Good news and bad news. Good news, as long as you have energy, you are functionally immortal. To be exact, you can treat your internal energy reserves that sustain you as lifespan, and vice versa. So you can store and practice endless amounts of energy and use it to boost any aspect of yourself and powers. This also gives you more advanced methods of energy gathering, giving you extremely high resistance to energy-based attacks, from lasers to radiation. Bad news, if you ever run out of energy like a real shard, you will probably die. After all, if your energy is your lifespan, then running out means dying. Luckily, you also come inbuilt with shard protocols, so the chance of that happening without you actively overriding it is low. Brute Cast Off. You gain durability, speed, and strength proportional to the time you spent out of combat. This reduces the longer you remain in combat, but increases if you are outside of combat, i.e. the first 10 seconds you are as strong as an Endbringer, but after an hour you are no stronger than an average human. The time you spent out of combat. This reduces the longer you remain in combat, but increases if you are outside conflict, i.e. for the first 10 seconds you are as strong as an Endbringer. Fatal Shield. You have a protective aura that negates a single fatal attack regardless of what it was. This can only be used once per 30 seconds, and after usage you will be immune to any and all forms of attack effects and so on for 10 seconds. This can only be used once per 30 seconds, and after usage you will be immune to any and all forms of attacks, effects, and so on for 10 seconds. Brute Skulking Angels. When you are sane, you gain a durability equivalent to that of the Siberian, at the cost of being physically slowed. It would feel as if you were moving in deep water. Don't blink, Master of the Hidden Veil. While you are physically slow when being observed, it is when you are unseen that your true power shines through. When unobserved, even for just a moment, you can freely, instantaneously accelerate to move at speeds up to 30 meters a second. It's like 100 feet. Your reflexes, reactions, and thought speed are all increased to match your velocity. You will suffer no issues from friction or physical strain at these speeds, and can also instantly decelerate, ignoring momentum. Restful Night. Your natural regeneration is enhanced when you are asleep, allowing you to recover from physical injuries and mental fatigue much faster than normal. After sleeping for 8 hours, you will be at your peak, both physically and mentally. Shaker/Brute. Defensive position. You have access to whatever energy that usually lies dormant under your skin, vastly increasing your durability and strength. You can extend this web to nearby objects, sacrificing portions of your durability until you withdraw it. Again, while objects are coated by the web, they exhibit the same durability and enhanced strength as your body does and can be controlled telekinetically by you. Your durability will not go below your baseline, and the higher your base durability, the more energy you have access to. Brute/Trump. No pain, no gain. The more injured you are, the more powerful you become. You become stronger, faster, more durable, and react faster. This applies to your powers as well. You also possess a mild brute power that keeps you standing even after your bones are broken. If you are on your last minute standing, you can find yourself contesting an Endbringer in physical might with just an ordinary person's strength. Pain not wasted. Biological redistribution. When your heart is destroyed, you become insanely strong, but that strength disappears when it's healed. Not anymore. Not while you're still in the fight. When you obtain your boost from your injuries, it won't disappear outright if they are healed, instead sticking with you throughout the whole fight. Rinse and repeat. You embody the power of repetition, growing stronger and tougher or more skilled through deliberate and continuous effort. The growth starts small, almost imperceptible, but escalates with each consecutive action. The more you repeat without interruption, the greater the benefit, peaking before diminishing as your body demands rest. For example, if you throw a punch, the first few repetitions might feel no different, but over time your strike will grow faster, stronger, and more precise. By the 100th punch, your power will have increased dramatically. This improvement, however, applies only to the specific action you are repeating. A stronger straight punch will make your uppercuts more powerful or improve your ability to block. This growth only works when you are consciously and deliberately performing an action, automatic or passive acts. Automatic or passive acts like breathing normally or blinking don't trigger your ability. Interruptions also break the cycle, forcing you to start over from the beginning. Pridwin. If you are aware of an attack, it will not harm you. You can only be hurt by sneak attacks. If you're hit by an attack that's too quick for your mind to comprehend that it's there, you are not considered aware of it by your power. That, and one is like being, and the other one was like if you're not aware of an attack. I don't remember what it is. I know there's one that's basically the opposite of this. Solidarity. You possess a special form of durability that can ignore blunt attacks. Your body has a unique effect that influences how certain physics interacts with it. Attacks weaker than your defense will be completely be negated even if physics says you should be launched. This also allows you to grab impassably large objects without them breaking apart. In fact, lose how certain attacks weaker than your defense will be completely negated. Bee-proof. You are strong and durable to an insatiable superhuman degree. You are strong enough to lift 250 kilograms, 5,511 pounds, with the same ease a normal man might lift 40. Durable enough to shrug off the fire from anti-material rifles, explosions on the scale of entering manned rockets, and even the efforts of industrial cutting tools. This power also includes enhanced leverage and a false increase in mass when resisting blows. Zombie. You possess extraordinary resilience, enabling you to endure severe injuries and remain alive even if your body is severely damaged, as long as your corona potential remains undamaged. Should any other part of the brain endure damage, you might experience a loss of bodily functions. Your regenerative capability is limited, requiring weeks to heal major wounds or lost limbs. You will also lose the need for sleep, food, and water. Your body will resemble a well-preserved corpse, as you will have no heartbeat, no need to breathe, and a low body temperature. Living dead. Ghoul. If you have a corona, it has become spread out across your body with redundancies. If you don't have a corona, then your consciousness is spread out across you in the same way. If you are reduced to a pile of meat, as long as there's a clump of stuff left over, you will survive. But that's not the true power of this mutation. Firstly, your severed parts no longer lose connection when they're gone. Instead, when you lose any part of your body, be it a limb, organ, blood, or even skin cells, it begins to regenerate and grow at a slow but steady pace, eventually creating a copy of the body you had when it was lost. In order to create a full copy, the lost piece needs at least 30% of your mass, which it can gain by fusing with nearby pieces. It takes weeks for these copies to fully grow, with diminishing returns with higher levels of regeneration. You control these other bodies like you control your own limbs and can move your core consciousness between them at will. Clone bodies you are not currently housed in will rot at an accelerated pace, scaling with regeneration to deteriorate and become useless in a minimum of 28 days. Brute/Breaker, Goliath. You are able to convert kinetic energy into mass, growing in size as objects strike them. You are immune to issues like square cube law and surface area problems. Physics within your body is warped to behave like it would at normal sizes. The larger you are, the more force you can absorb completely. You are able to convert kinetic energy into mass, growing in size as objects strike them. You are immune to issues like this. Canis. Yeah, there we go. Canis with the emphasis. Canis. Cainius. You are unbreakable, or at least your skin is for the most part. Your skin now has a slight all or nothing effect to it. This prevents it from being torn apart by other all or nothing powers without significant force behind it to pierce through your protection. With your only other noble weakness being that it is only just skin deep, meaning you will still have to deal with the pain, blunt force trauma, heat, radiation, etc. Things that can affect your gooey interior are fair game. In combination with this, you have been given a substantial all-around boost in all your other physical aspects, from looks, healing, strength, etc., providing superhuman applications, though not enough to take down a whole squad of professional soldiers on your own. When you're coming into contact with seawater, you gain an accelerated healing factor. I'm sorry, what? Change your brute / skin. Your ability to control your skin has allowed you to weaponize your unbreakable skin. By manipulating your skin's texture and density, you can alter your skin into makeshift weapons, still possessing your all-or-nothing effects. Examples include turning your hands into claws, your feet into hammers, and creating spikes along your back. Your added control over your all-or-nothing effect has given you the ability to selectively enhance certain parts of your skin to the detriment of others. The enhanced health of your skin has also become enhanced health for you in general, giving a minor boost to your healing factor both in and out of seawater. 60% of the time, it works every time. Trump error, try again. Smell of desire. Your skin now passively disrupts all powers attempting to affect you, whether they fall under Thinker, Master Strength, or any other classification. Before any ability can take effect, it must first pass a 60% skill check. If the attempt fails, the user must wait 5 minutes before trying again. Additionally, as a side effect, your all-or-nothing effect has been notably enhanced in a manner of speaking, ensuring that even if another all-or-nothing ability has enough power to bypass your defenses, it must still pass a 60% skill check before taking effect. Boiling blood. You can ignite your blood internally to enhance your physical abilities, turning you into a steam engine that vents out gouts of superheated steam from your body whenever this power is active. Alternatively, you can build up internal pressure and release a jet of superheated blood and steam from your hands, capable of slagging steel within seconds of contact. With enough practice, this ability can extend to any part of your body, not just your hands. To sustain this power, you regenerate blood at an astounding rate, roughly 10 times your body weight in blood per day, ensuring a near constant supply for you to use. This ability also comes with an accelerated healing factor and enhanced durability to withstand the intense strain of internal combustion. Noxic blight, cursed blood. It seems your blood is much more deadly now. Its superheated and poisonous nature has combined to create a mixture that will melt organic and inorganic material no matter the form your blood takes, searing and devouring anything that touches your blood. Not even brute powers may counteract these effects. You're immune to all of these effects yourself. Brute ablation. You can only take so much damage at a time, regardless of how much damage you should be taking. The severity of the damage is also reduced to a set amount. A single attack will gouge out a teaspoon of your flesh at most. Beams are not considered a single attack. Implacable. Implacable.
Implacable.
Yeah, implacable. You can create and manipulate an unlimited number of small shields, each about 1 centimeter in length and 0.5 centimeters thick. You have an unlimited multitasking and can move them around, but your range is only 1 inch from your body. Each shield will break at the force of an ordinary punch. The shields act as a repulsive force, allowing you to use them to push people away from you. The shields propulsive force and durability grow stronger when used alongside multiple other shields. These shields are transparent on one side, allowing you to see through, while others will see a blank surface. Brute / mover. Spider-Man. While you weren't bitten, By a radioactive spider, you have super strength, the power to stick to walls, and enhanced balance and coordination. You have the proportional strength of a spider and can lift over 12 tons. Your hands and feet can stick to anything, regardless of if you're wearing gloves or shoes. You can pull them off with little effort, but it is nearly impossible for anyone else to do so. Itsy bitsy spider. Required striker thwip. Required thinker danger sense. While you still weren't bitten by a radioactive spider, your shark coincidentally recreated abilities from your favorite webhead. With a facsimile of spider sense and creating inorganic webs for your wrist aside from his physical abilities. Your physical abilities are deepened on maneuverability's side. Your reflexes are 40 times better than a normal human possesses. In conjunction with danger sex, you're almost capable of evading any attack. And your agility and dexterity give you better and wider acrobatic and aerobatic talent. Your spider sense can have a few other quirks too, such as using your danger sense as a radar to suss out the danger around you, which direction it comes from. Fajin. You are now able to build up kinetic energy in your body through repetitive motions. The kinetic energy will give a red glow that brightens as more kinetic energy is stored. The kinetic energy can also be stored for later use. When you use this kinetic energy, you can choose to strengthen your body, increase your speed, or make yourself stronger. But it all depends on how much energy you've built up. There is, however, a limit on the amount of energy you can output, as you cannot output more energy than what would come out of a ballistic missile. You can also, if you have other powers, use your stored up energy to boost them proportional to how much energy you have stored. Biological armory. You have the disturbing ability to form weaponry and armor out of your biological matter. Your armor and weaponry start off comparable to steel in durability, but are much lighter as they grow in strength alongside your body. When activated, this power makes it seem like a blackish red mass is pouring out of your skin and hardening into your weapons and armor. This comes with multiple perks, including the weapons and armor that can retract into your body. They can heal you. You can use the biological matter to heal yourself. And lastly, they can be affected by any power that strengthens your body. When they retract inside their body, they enter a hyper-compressed state, ensuring that they do not hinder you or are visible in any way, but you are still affected by their weight. A downside is that, due to them being made of your biological matter, when they repair themselves and are created, they use your nutrients and flesh. With time, you may implant your biological armory into others, with them starting out as being affected by your body's abilities, but over time they will lose that trait as they get repaired through their new host. Power in numbers. Your strength, durability, and abilities, as well as those of your allies, grow as the size of your group increases, though the effects are relatively modest in smaller numbers. With fewer than 10 allies, the enhancement is barely noticeable, offering only minor boosts. The power becomes significant when the group grows to the hundreds, peaking at a potency in around 500 individuals. At this point, each member's abilities are amplified to nearly 20 times their original strength. Beyond this, the effects taper off with diminishing returns, making additional members provide increasingly smaller contributions to the overall boost. This amplifies both physical capabilities and power, scaling dynamically with the group's composition. A fire becomes faster and stronger, a healer more efficient, and powers gain increased range and intensity. The boost relies on both proximity and cohesion among groups members, as each individual under its influence acts as a relay, extending the range of the effect. This creates a network from where the amplification can spread across greater distances, provided the members remain within range of one another. However, the power offers no inherent coordination or unifying influence, leaving the group's effectiveness entirely dependent on their ability to work together. If members become disorganized, scattered, or fail to align their efforts, the amplification weakens substantially, diminishing its overall potency and causing individuals to revert closer to their original strength. Starlight Punch. You can shoot weak beams of energy from your hands, but your real power is to charge your fists with your strongest blaster powers. and unleash them with point-blank range without hurting yourself. But your real power is to charge your fist with your strongest blaster powers. Your body and clothing gain the property of your blaster powers. You are as durable and as fast as your blaster powers, even taking their traits. If you control your long-range attacks from a distance, you can fly. If one of your blaster powers is all or nothing, you are also immune to anything that is not all or nothing. This power also extends to your clothing. Even your reaction speed is enhanced based on your fastest attacks. Stockpile. You naturally generate and store a unique form of energy over time. When you are resting or not engaging in physical strenuous activities, your energy generation rate increases. This stored energy can be used to strengthen your physical capabilities. This energy reserves have no strict limit, allowing you to accumulate energy endlessly. However, as your stockpile grows larger, the rate at which you can generate decreases, creating a soft limit on how much energy you can accumulate at any given moment. At the peak of this soft limit, unleashing all of your stored energy grants you immense power, placing you just below the level of an endbreaker for a few minutes before your reserves are entirely depleted. Reaching this soft limit takes a minimum of 1 week under optimal conditions. Growing stockpile. Your rate of energy generation now never lessens. It even increases the longer you don't use any energy, with the rate of generation resetting once you do. Invulnerable. You have a charge that has a maximum capacity of 15 minutes. It generates at a rate of 1 minute of use per minute of disuse and does not regenerate when in use. Using this charge makes you totally invulnerable to all attacks except that of Flechetti. Library Junior. You're the bargain bin version of Alexandria. Now to put that into actual terms of what your powers can do, I'll start with your not invulnerability. Your body now experiences damage at a much slower rate than normal. This means that if you were to be hit by a truck, your body wouldn't show damage till hours later. However, all it'll do is break down the moment. For example, if something as strong as a violin were to hit you, it would kill you in 1 minute as opposed to 1 second. However, it is worth noting that with lower level injuries, your body's natural ability to heal can heal injuries as they occur. i.e., if you're shot, your body will heal you at the same rate you receive the damage, making it as though you were never shot. You also possess super strength, enough to lift nearly 100 tons. Now, while that sounds like a lot, it isn't. Additionally, you have a rather unique ability to decrease the effects of gravity on your body whenever you jump, which paired with your super strength can allow you to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Finally, your brain has also been made extremely efficient, allowing you to process and interpret information rapidly, making you a genius. Trump Zenkai Boost. You can now grow stronger after recovering from an injury. This boost not only enhances your physical abilities, but also amplifies the strength of all your other powers. Minor injuries, such as small cuts or bruises, provide only a slight increase in power, typically just a few percentage points. More serious injuries like broken bones or not lethal or traumatic wounds can significantly boost your power by 50% to 75%. However, critical injuries such as gunshot wounds, severe blood loss, or the loss of limb offer the most dramatic increase, multiplying your power by 3 to 5 times. You also possess a moderate healing factor that ensures you recover to perfect health over time, helping you survive these injuries. This healing factor allows broken bones to heal within a couple weeks and missing limbs to grow in a month or two. However, be warned, fatal injuries such as decapitation or being stabbed through the heart will still kill you, so don't fight recklessly while your healing factor is not on the same level as Wolverine or Deadpool, at least not yet. Phylactery. You can make an object and turn it into a phylactery. To do so, you have to place the object inside a special circle your power helps you make. The time it takes for the object to turn into a phylactery depends on the size and complexity of the object. For example, a simple doll will only take a few minutes, whereas a piece of Tinkertech can take over a few weeks. And an entire city could take well over a year. You can only have one phylactery at a time. When a phylactery is being made, you will be weakened, constantly sick, and irritable and sometimes pained. You cannot be far from the object when making a phylactery. Even after it is made, you cannot be too far from it, as if you lose its effects. When you have a phylactery, your body undergoes a change. First, you gain an all-or-nothing defense that makes it that any damage below a certain threshold is completely nullified. Even if the damage exceeds this threshold, it is instead weakened to 10% of their original damage. Your body's durability itself also increases, making tank shells necessary to leave a scratch on you. Last but not least, you regenerate at an absurd rate. You can regain entire limbs in a matter of minutes. If your phylactery is destroyed, you will be temporarily weakened and lose its effects. It also hurts like crazy. Horcruxes require zombie. You can now have multiple phylacteries at once and can now leave them away from you without losing their effects. However, doing so will make you feel hollow and irritated. All of your phylacteries also gain a sliver of you within them, something like a projection made in your image to protect the phylactery. You have the ability to coat your arms in an armored skin that grants your arms enhanced durability equal to that of skill rather than skin. Additionally, whenever your arms are in this state, you gain additional strength, allows you to lift up to 10 tons. However, with additional ability to manage leverage. Finally, your left and right arms serve different purposes. Your left arm is meant for attacking, as it has the ability to distribute kinetic energy and damage throughout whatever it comes into contact with you, as if you had punched every square inch of whatever you hit. However, there is a limit to the amount of area that can cover, stopping around the overall area equivalent to an 18-wheeler. Your right arm is meant for defense, as attacks and impacts are mitigated when you use this arm to block, as they are absorbed into your arm and causes you no harm, truly representing the survivability of a brute. However, there is a limit to how much punishment your right arm can handle, stopping around the level of high power explosions and the like. Mind, you have the combined strength, speed, and durability of everyone within 10 meters of you. Good against brutes, not so much against blasters. Telekinetic barrier. You have Glory Gore and Terry's durability and strength. Any impact stronger than a bullet shot from a pistol will pop your shield, but it can take any impact without taking damage. When the shield is down, you no longer have enhanced durability, but you still have your super strength. Your shield will regenerate after 1 or 2 seconds longer if it was a sustained impact. Your enhanced strength is enough to allow you to lift 30 tons. Due to the nature of your enhanced strength, you'll still get tired from keeping your hand raised too long, since it doesn't help counter gravity. Additionally, this protects you from non-physical attacks, including poisons, sickness, trumps, master strangers, reality warpers, precogs, and any power that directly affects others. You lose all these immunities when your barrier is down. Deadpool. As long as even a cell of you survives, you can regenerate from it. A cut will heal almost immediately. A severed head will take a while and will regrow from the head. You cannot use this power to create clones. If your Corona Potentia and Corona Gamma are near simultaneously hit by power that heavily deals in or relies on portals and dimensional shenanigans, you will die. Hydra. You can manifest a single snake-like construct from your back. Its thickness can be anywhere between a normal finger and a head, but it can only be extended up to 10 meters, so that's 40 feet. Your construct can use any mundane poison, venom through its fangs and blood. You and your construct are immune to any mundane poison / venom. If you suffer a fatal head injury while your construct is out, you will keep living and be quickly healed, and you will also be able to immediately manifest an additional construct while the maximum life of your constructs is increased by 50 centimeters. The previous effects also applies to your constructs, though with them any fatal injuries works. Your constructs are as durable as a snake other size would be, and their senses are connected to you, meaning that while you can, for example, see through them, thus allowing you to see heat through them, you also feel their pain. Numbers, I don't know how to count. The purpose of numbers in a fight is to overwhelm, to wear you down through sheer persistence. Even if the individuals are weak, their strength lies in their numbers, but for you, the concept is meaningless. Numbers no longer matter. Whether it's you're facing 10 or 100, your power renders them indistinguishable. For example, if an opponent is too weak to match you in a one-on-one fight, no amount of them together can overpower you. Their strength doesn't stack. On the other hand, if an opponent is your equal and capable of facing you one-on-one, adding more of them will improve their chances. The difficulty remains the same, and your odds of victory are unaffected regardless of how many you face. Yeah, I live. You can gradually amplify your muscles' fibers, eventually reaching a point where they can't be contained by your skin. You gradually gain mass and height while doing this, and after 5 minutes of training, you will be at your maximum of 50 feet high. You will look like a giant made of muscle and have strengths comparable to Alexandria, and any injuries caused by your transformation, such as scared terrier, open are repaired as you transform back. Mantis Strip, you are decently superhuman. You can tear through brick walls like a wet paper. Mache have reflexes comparable to a cat and receive only mild bruising from the most powerful conventional firearms, and can punch and kick at mock speeds. The real meat of this power, however, is the ability to mentally direct the kinetic energy of your body produces with every action while preventing it from dispersing in every direction. Focusing that energy along paths you desire, letting you do things like punch air and have it be a viable, controllable ranged attack. This manipulation of kinetic energy scales. I'm gonna have a drink. This manipulation of kinetic energy scales with how much kinetic energy you can produce, as it will still dissipate over time and distance, no matter how tightly you press it. Rocky. You will always be as strong as necessary to exert as much force as the strongest blow that you've ever been hit with. This increases both durability and strength. The Duke. You are a premier brute on a level short of only Alexandria herself, capable of throwing around main battle tanks like an e-girl might throw her cat and shrugging off anything short of a tactical nuke. You are immovable by outside forces, but be careful as you will take the full force of any blow, though lesser assailants will find themselves breaking upon your body. Brute. Stronger together. When you're fighting with those you truly care about, you and they will grow stronger until together you are as strong as your opponent's combined power. This does not take into account skill or their ability to work together unless that skill/ability is parahuman nature, like Contessa, Victor, or Teacher. Ooh, finally Trump. We're going to Trump. Knockoff. Are you a fan of Parahumans' power, but are on a budget? Choose any cannon cape. You get a T0 version of their whole power. How about Enlund? Enjoy your 3 barely noticeable or useful powers. Alexandria, a small overall boost increasing durability, strength, jumps, and enhancing your mind, as well as slightly slower aging. Legend, faster acceleration, and far leaping with bright and harmless rainbow lasers. How about exactly these weaker versions manifest is up to you, like flight, becoming slow, falling, a higher jump, gliding, or levitation, but they have to encapsulate the major strokes of the cape you're copying them from. Also, be appropriately weakened. Trump/Thinker Dooless. Free trial. Whenever you challenge someone, you can turn your knockoff copy into the power you gained if you beat them. You can turn it back from when you initially chose whenever you want. though you'd have to challenge them again to regain it. If you manage to defeat them and gain the power you copied, you can overlap them additively, likewise with each upgrade. Whenever you challenge someone, you can turn your knockoff copy into the power you gain if you beat them. Wait, what? Whenever you challenge someone, you can turn your knockoff copy into the power you'd gain if you beat them. You can turn it back to the one you want. You initially chose whenever you want. Though you'd have to challenge them again to regain it. If you manage to defeat them and gain the power you copied, you can overlap them additively, likewise with each upgrade. Third Eye, Trump Thinker. You can see the supernatural. You can visually identify areas such as objects, such as people being affected by parahuman powers. Glory Girl's awe, fear, aura, telekinetically controlled objects. A person with a passive brute power generated material like Kaiser's blades, area under thinker observation, etc. As a buzzing glow around the affected area. You can't distinguish what the powers are doing, just that they exist, and the boundaries of them are them. You can, however, recognize and identify each unique effect. You can't distinguish what the powers are doing, just that they exist and the boundaries of them. You can, however, recognize and identify each unique effect to the point that you can tell the difference between two different overlapping or identical looking effects, i.e. if there were two overlapping shaker auras, you'd be able to tell where one ends and the other begins, as well as recognize one of those shaker auras from having seen it elsewhere earlier. This site cannot identify normal Tinkertech or its effects, as they are not by default under the effect of any parahuman powers. Parahuman Bloodhound. Trump/Thinker power sight. You can now tell exactly what each effect is doing and can even use it to track the relative location of the source of the effect, the parahumans themselves. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on, I'll be right back. Parahuman Bloodhound. Parahuman Tracking Fork. Tuning Fork. Required Thinker Primal Possession. Required Thinker Striker Synesthesia. Synesthesia. Oh, fuck.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia. Enhanced senses. Power sight. Your senses are keenly attuned to parahuman or supernatural phenomena more than before, e.g. being sensitive to parahuman powers in greater detail, seeing the alteration of a brain's synapses under a master effect bit by bit, watching the process of how Shaker or Striker powers function, or how constrained they are in real time on the environment or other people. Feeling out traces left from previous uses, identifying the power responsible in question to a probable parahuman once they're within your field of awareness, and handily tracking or neutralize them if you can as soon as you fully made a profile running deep to what their shard is by parsing their power expression. As a consequence, your senses possess a greater amount of depth and variety, focused on esoteric or parahuman phenomena. Say great amount of depth and variety, focused on esoteric and pure or parahuman phenomena, with synthetic senses for better visualization, i.e. your vision and touch can perceive a brute's muscle filaments and understand their method of reinforcement or regenerative abilities, or seeing and feeling the semiurge's scream and its effects on people by a sensory interplay of touch, sight, and hearing. Power sight. You can see what powers someone has as well as they're actively using. Error, try again. Whenever a power is directly used on you, it fails and cannot be used again on you for 5 minutes. A power only works on you when it failed the previous time, resulting in powers failing every other time. This doesn't work on Thinker and Stranger powers. You can allow a power to be used on you if you consent. Madness. At the cost of your logical thinking and planning, you gain a major boost to your physical capabilities and powers. Additionally, you gain a boost to your instincts capable of feeling, the most suitable development for oneself during combat. You become immune to short-term precognition and analysis-based thinker powers. Madman's Rampage. Brute, Rampage, Thinker, Clean Mind. When you gain your enhancement from Madness, your rage is also ignited, reaching what it was at its peak. Your rage now also makes your other power stronger in the same way it enhances your physical abilities. Your instincts for combat are heightened even further, and Thinker powers in general struggle to get full grasp on you. Power Swap. You can swap the powers of any two parahumans for an hour. No matter what complicated web of swapping you do, eventually everyone will have their original power back. You can choose whether they instinctively know how to use their new powers. Your range is 1 kilometer. Hijack Council. You can choose anyone in your line of sight and tag them. If the tag person has a power applied to them or uses their power, a similar thing happens to you. If they get buffed, you get buffed. If they teleport, you teleport too. This includes mental simulations, time travel, and various kinds of enhancements given by powers. You don't have control over their power. You can only make it so that effects applied to them are applied to you. If they teleport, you can choose to appear within 50 meters or where they are. Trump Scramble. You can swap the expression of powers That's kind of cool. You can swap the expression of powers to any parahuman for an hour. They will possess the same shard but have an alternate version of what they could be. Shaker power can be turned into a striker power. Endow. With a touch, you are able of granting up to 5 Tier 0 powers to any individual. These powers may be revoked at will. However, should you die, they will retain them. You may apply this to any number of people. Any add-ons that they meet the requirements for will also be granted, though you may restrict them if you want to. Wait, any add-ons that they meet. Now you can train up to all of your Tier 0 powers up to 3 SP with training montage and grant the trained up versions via Endow. Required Trump Power Seed. Endow allows you to grow Tier 0 offshoots with Power Seed. These start growing from practically nothing and take a week to develop, fully maturing at the 1 SP power level, but an offshoot can grow simultaneously with a normal Power Seed. And successfully growing offshoots on zombie will increase the 5 power limit of Endow on them. Any Tier 0 power taken back will always operate at 100% power, while also being added to the list of possible endowed powers. Commander, you are able to improve the capabilities such as physical abilities, skills, or powers of others by simply ordering. The more specific the word as well, the more closely they follow the word, the greater the boost. There's no master effect in place, so others will still need to follow through on their own volition. This doesn't work through the devices. Orders need to be given face to face. Loyal companion. You can select one person to be your master. While this doesn't force you to follow their commands, you get stronger when you do so. This must come directly from them, and recordings don't work. You can swap whoever is your master whenever you want. Power crystallization. You have the ability to crystallize powers, turning them into handheld consumables. That anyone can use. A crystal can hold either a single use of an instant power or 1 minute of continuous power. These crystals may be used by tinkers in their creations, and they can also be affected by trump powers, particularly ones that boost, modify, or nullify powers. It takes a minute to crystallize these powers. These crystals may be used by tinkers in their creations, and they can also be affected by some trump powers, particularly ones that boost, modify, or nullify powers. It takes a minute to crystallize these powers, and you may crystallize the powers of other people if you're both touching them and have their consent. These crystals have a composition similar to quartz. Resistance increase. Powers used against you will only deal half the damage they should normally do. Power-based flamethrowers will do less damage than normal flamethrowers. Resistance increase also protects you from various forms of instant death. Powers used against will only deal half the damage they should normally do. Power-based flamethrowers will do less damage than normal flamethrowers. Resistance increase also protects you from various forms of instant death, reality warping, and all forms of strange and esoteric effects. While it doesn't fully negate it, it makes it so that it has less effect on you. To the point you could survive a power that would normally kill you in an instant, but only barely. This can apply to Stranger, Trump, and Master powers as well. Although this power is less effective against all or nothings. Twice critical. You can temporarily double the strength of your body's capabilities and your powers. You can also transfer this boost to another person. As a downside, every exertion of stamina is twice as exhausting. How long this boost is tied to your stamina. When the boost is transferred to someone else, you're still the one who pays the stamina cost for their action while boosted. At the cost of losing... twice critical. Bestow. At the cost of losing it yourself, you can give others any powers you have to another. If you can create copies / deal powers, then you can give these powers to others. Temporary powers can also be given, but only last until their duration is up, after which the power will go away. You can also choose to split a power, dividing it equally between yourself and your targets. Fake Horde. You can copy a 50% weaker version of any parahuman's power set if they're within 150 meters of you. You keep this power set for an hour as they bleed. Oh, sorry. $350, $400. Wait. 300, 400, 450. Of you. You keep this power set, or wait, hold on. 500, about almost 500. Desperation. When you're under extreme stress, exhaustion, or overwork, your powers magnify in strength, effectiveness, and overall control. It responds to your state of mind, gaining a considerable boost when you're not in the most ideal conditions. This boost grows if you have recently been or currently in the middle of combat. Plus Ultra required. Limit break. When pushed to your limit, when you have exhausted all your tricks, when you have no strength in your limbs anymore, when faced with something far beyond you, you will feel an unexpected trickle of power. You can never falter or fall down. You will always have just a bit more strength and be able to push on just a bit more. Your powers will grow slowly the worse the situation you are in. The greater they grow. While its growth in raw power is minimal, its growth in versatility is tremendous. Most of its growth will be aimed at assisting you in your current situation, prioritizing now without much consideration for the future. Push beyond. Required limit break. Required I hope it haunts you. No longer do you only gain strength by standing by death's door. As you take the final step and are embraced by death, you will receive a boon. Your body, once you have perished, will continue to stand, its power strengthened to repeat, much like any master power you have. Your body will act to avenge your death, becoming a ferocious beast, puppeteering your remains. It will carry on out any plan you may have before your death, but know that no matter what it does, it is not you. It is at best a shadow of what once was. If you had a regeneration-based power, you'll be able to be revived after a while. Nope. You can turn off anyone's power with a touch, however, you can only do this with one person at a time. Useful if you need to make sure someone arrives at the bird cage, though. There is no limit on this power. If you die, this power is deactivated. You can take one of 5 stats and reallocate them. This can be strength, speed, durability, intelligence, and dexterity. By decreasing strength, you can increase your speed and dexterity, or increase intellect by reducing durability. You cannot go over the total amount of stats you possess. However, temporary buffs and other powers do add to the total value. If you possess a gamer system, you may allocate any stats you have there. Focus stats. Required. Focus strength. Hold on real quick. You can now relocate more specialized stats, including but not limited to charisma, creativity, wisdom, sense, and perception. Ramp. The longer you use your powers, the more they ramp up. This could mean, I'm back by the way, this could mean being physically stronger, firing projectiles faster, or even having a farther range. It ramps by 1.01 times its current power every second to a max of 5 minutes for about 20 times its original power. If you stop using your powers for longer than 5 seconds, then the ramp resets. This does not apply to passive powers. Enhancer. You can gradually enhance an item that you use or have your person over time, improving the quality of its functions and granting it powers. These enhancements become more effective as the quality of the base item increases and the rate of the improvement speeds up when in active combat. You may divide your power between more than one item at the expense of enhancement speed. Alright, I'm actually gonna... well... you can gradually enhance an item that you use or have on your person over time, improving the quality of its functions and granting it powers. These enhancements become more effective as the quality of the base item increases, and the rate of improvement speeds up when in active combat. You may divide your power between more than one item at the expense of enhancement speed. Boosted. You can permanently boost the powers of any parahuman based on a certain amount of charges you use. You gain a charge every 24 hours, which can be imbued into any parahuman. Every time you boost a parahuman, the strength they gain gets weaker. The more you do it, the boost will completely stop once they reach 200% power. This can be used to recharge Eidolon to the full. To fully boost someone to 200% power requires 6 months. Shared benefits. Trumper / duelist. Those you complete the challenges of get a boost to their power similar to what you gain from them. So completing their challenge would be equal to them gaining a tier 1/0 of their own power, with challenges at 5 or beyond diminishing weaknesses or loosening restrictions. Active combat. By being in active combat, your abilities become stronger. The greater your involvement, whether by beating or facing strong opponents, the more powers are boosted. This boost is dependent on what you are doing in combat. If you are directly fighting, then you will get more raw power or sub-powers to boost your main one. If you are leading or commanding others, then the boost will be more focused on versatility and support effects. This boost is removed once you leave combat. The boost can at best triple your powers, capabilities, or strengths, with this requiring you to be at the center of the conflict. When you touch a parahuman, you receive a full strength copy of their power for an hour. Alright, I am going to end it here, but I will see you